I hit go live. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to our continuing 4-year journey on building VZ235 kits. Welcome, Daniel.
Hi, sorry, Aaron's talking to me too. We just went live, hon.
So we may have some background noises for a few minutes. It's okay.
Dogs are going crazy. Yeah. Long story short, there's a couple of neighbor kids that saw one of the articulated dragons many months ago, and so I gave them one. And since then, they come back every couple of months with like a new neighbor kid, or they broke one and they've asked for new ones. And so they came this morning to collect their bounty of 3 printed dragons, and the 4th one is going on right now. And so I wasn't expecting them. I didn't know what time they were coming, but it threw me off guard because the dogs are barking, Jackson's crying, and there's boys at the door asking. Aaron says they came to the door and said, "Can I speak to your husband?" So, anyways, it threw me off. So I apologize, but the dragons have been distributed, and there's the 4th one printing right now. That's what's going on over here. That's the world I'm living in.
Nice. Chat is disabled. What? Hold on a second.
What do you mean chat's disabled?
Maurice, everybody else is chatting.
Yeah.
How?
Maybe refresh.
Oh, no. What happened? Oh, never mind. It's the overlay. I forgot the overlay. Darn it.
Oh, it's disabled on screen. Gotcha.
Yeah. My bad. Is that there? There we go.
Yeah.
I knew I forgot something.
When we start the morning off like this, it's only uphill from here.
This is true. This is true. Let's do a quick shout outs in chat. Hey, Dr. Dave. Hey, Steve. Hey, the GPs. Hey, Shammy. Hey, Jose. Hey, Nathan. Hey, Derek and DJ. Hey, Edward. Stewart. Just going to kind of skim through here. Rushmere. TT. Andres. Welcome, everybody. This fine Sunday, good morning, afternoon, evening. Whew. So, we are almost there, right?
We are so close.
We are so close. We started on the Toolhead last week. We're gonna finish the Toolhead and then wire things actually into the control board from the Toolhead, and then we're gonna power it up.
Yep.
We are hoping for movement today. That's the goal. Movement or bust.
It's the dream. It's a dream. When I initially was talking to Steve, I was like, cool, all we've got to do is like wire in the Toolhead and power on the Pi. And then it was like, oh wait, we also have to figure out tramming the bed and tension everything. And what was there? Oh, the screen needs to be attached. So it seems like every time there's always a few more things. But I think we're still in good shape, and it's entirely plausible that we are moving things around today. That's the goal. So
that's the goal.
Yep.
So thanks, Sem, for becoming a member. And then hi, Laura. And who else we got? John and Kevin. Awesome. You have 9 hours before I go to work to get it done. This is a lucky day. So we are not expecting to finish the series today. We are hoping to make it move. But we got to print on camera, and we've got some other little things to do for this build that we won't likely get there today.
Static cooling and panels, we have no intention of touching today,
Yeah.
because we want to make sure everything is working and functioning before we seal this bad boy up. So,
yep. Before we get too far along, we do want to give our thanks to Mellow 3D and 3dprintshop.org for providing the kits for this build. And then thanks to Polymaker for the usual filament giveaway, which is going to happen in about 3 hours. Link is in the pin post and the description. You have to be here. My usual yada, yada, yada. So.
Yeah, if you haven't already, hit the like button, because if you don't like the stream yet, you're going to like it soon. So let's do it. Also, Shammy asked about how the banana and Miracle Whip sandwich was. I was talking to Steve, and yeah, if you can tag me over on Discord, I'm gonna
let's do it on Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if we can pick up either myself or Aaron a fresh banana, because I looked at the ones we have and they are smoothie grade bananas. They are not looking so hot. And then some of that whip stuff. So we will absolutely try it, but I have not tried it yet. So.
Yeah. I fully intended to remind us to do that for today, and I completely spaced on it with everything else getting ready. So let's do it Wednesday.
Cool. That sounds good.
Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. Pushing Plastics, thanks for being a member for 15 months. It's crazy. And yes, let's just early reminder. Let's see if we can hit our 300 likes by giveaway time. So it's only 100 likes an hour. We can do it. It's a little over a like a minute.
It sounds actually like a lot when you say it like that. But we can absolutely do it. Do we want to mention just briefly about the bed, the thing, like the fuse that we added to it?
Yeah. So off stream, before I do that, I want to thank Don't Knock It for being a member for 11 months. They're starting to print the Trident parts. That's awesome.
Nice.
Okay, so we got some clarification from Mellow on the bed heater, and it has a thermal fuse built in. It's a resettable thermal fuse. The problem with that, and it's set to 150 degrees. Thanks PF Dennis for the gifted memberships and Make RS for being a member. It's a 150 degree resettable fuse. The problem is if the SSR fails closed, then it's going to sit there and cycle. What? Were you going to say something?
Because I raised my hands? It's because I raised my hands.
I was looking at the wrong view. I was looking at the delayed view.
It was the cheer. It was a dual hand cheer thing.
Yeah.
I saw it in the corner of my eye too, right when you questioned it. And I was like, I know Steve's seen it for the first time now because he was looking away when I did it. That's funny.
So because it's a resettable fuse, it's still a good thing to be there. It's never gonna, if all else fails, it's never gonna get over 150 C, which is good. The bed falls, the silicone plate falls off, the adhesive fails. It's not gonna get to the point of igniting anything, which is good. However, for that additional factor of safety, we both put one-time use thermal fuses, the same ones that are in like the Voron bomb. Mine happens to be 130 C that I have. Do you know which one?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask you that. I don't. Mine is either one. I can see it. Mine is 125.
Okay. So whatever. We wired that in, and it's just in series with the bed and the rest of the circuit. So that was something that was done off camera, and I think that's pretty much. Huh?
I cheated a bit off camera.
Daniel did a little more toolhead wiring, but that's okay. I'll catch up.
Yep. Yeah, I did a little bit of I corrected because I had issues with the JST PHs on the 5160, so I finalized that, and then I spent some time on the toolhead wiring, but I am going to remove it. I used zip ties and just get like gaffer's tape to hold it to the CPAP tube, and I ordered half-inch Velcro strips, so I'm going to be swapping out the zip ties and gaffers for 4 or 5 Velcro strips, and then I still need to do all the wiring on the back. I've got like a 3-foot rat's tail hanging out the tail end of this thing. So yeah, I definitely have.
We both have all the wiring on the back.
Yeah. Yep.
So, Iconic Fab, welcome. 80 likes in 8 minutes ain't bad. That's true. That's awesome.
Pretty solid.
My mobile may lurk. Hey, Bill. Okay, so where were we starting? We start on the toolhead, right? Finish up wiring the toolhead.
C1 liter Peter. Good to give Daniel a little head start. That's what I said too. I told Steve that I said I'm only giving myself a head start so that way you're not twiddling your thumbs like usual. So exactly. I think we're starting with toolhead, right? That's it. We're doing the wiring on that.
Yeah. I'm gonna put in some microfit connectors, mostly for the fan and thermistor. I may change this up later, but I'm gonna leave the end stop, the heater wires, and the stepper just a continuous run to the back, to the controller, just because. The thermistor is so I can easily service it if I need to. The fan is because I need to put some sort of connection there anyway, so I might as well just crimp a microfit in there.
If thermistor ends up dying on my end, I've got a little bit of slack I gave myself on the back here. I'll probably end up cutting it and installing a microfit at that point. I think the thermistor is the one element of this that I could see that I just typically don't like having connectors near the toolhead because of the bulkiness it adds. The exception to that is if it's like a toolhead board on there, then I don't mind, obviously. But the yeah, the little bit of added bulkiness I typically don't like. But again, in your situation, if you're only doing it for 2 of them, it's not quite as big of a deal as doing it for
all of them.
I guess, yeah, all of them. So,
couple of things in chat. So, Dentox is saying, how do you have done it with the cable holder and CPAP printed part on your back extrusion? They don't fit like in the instructions. I'll give you a closer look at that when I get to the point where I'm routing that. There is an extra printed part in the CAD that interferes with the CPAP hose. So I think it's just zip ties and TPU grommet holding things in place in the back for us for now. Arizona Cowboy 1, thanks for being a member. I don't know that we'll push some plastic. We might extrude maybe, but we'll see. Now loading, I have no idea where you can find alternate color frames. Right now, I believe that Mellow is just silver and black. So you'll have to do some searching or check the VZBot Discord. And what else? I can't do is I'm partner with Polymaker. If I win, reroll, please. No problem, Matt. Okay. Hey, Mega TV Blaster. Hey, Scott. Welcome. And Mr. V8 Rick. And we got the dogs going.
I'm gonna mute myself just till they stop.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. So I'm gonna change over to this view and zoom in here. Just move this here. So I'm just going to be taking my wires for the tool head and figuring out Phil, before you guys start building, can you please thank everyone for all the good vibes sent to my little guy? He's home and I'm about to give him a feed. That's awesome, Phil. That is good to hear. So yes, big thanks to everybody who's followed along with that. We are all very glad to hear that, Phil. Okay, so it's a little odd having you on mute because there's always
the boys came back. I was just making jokes there, and like maybe they weren't happy with like the layer lines or something like that. The quality. They're like, dude, your quality is degraded on these dragons.
I've got a few neighborhood kids that used to come around looking for prints, so I get it.
Oh, nice. Is this really? They came back. You can't see this. They came back to drop. They came back to drop off a. Yeah. Hey man, we're in
so
business,
most you've made on a 3D print yet, right?
Was it the neighbor or the neighbor's friend? All right. Well, thank you. Pleasure doing business. That's hilarious.
That is
the
funny.
First time I gave him a dragon, he came out when I was in the garage and handed me like $2. I'm like, what is this? He's like, for the dragon. I said, I can't take this. I made it for you. And his dad texted me saying he went in his room, took $2 out of his piggy bank and ran out. I'm like, no, man. Like,
That's
I
adorable.
appreciate the gesture. I know, yeah, it's super cute. They're really nice kids, but I'm like, man, this was intended to be like a nice thing, not like a business deal, you know? Anyways.
That is adorable.
Well, for giving Modbot a head start. Thank you, Shammy. All right, I am going to, while you're doing that, then I'm going to start cutting off the zip ties and that gaffer's tape that I installed. And regarding the that back slit where the wires are feeding through, I actually didn't do the grommet. I just did wires through it. It's a pretty tight fit on my end.
I was wondering about that too.
Yeah, so you might be able to try, but I had a hard enough time without any additional thing on there that I'm not convinced that you're going to be able to do that and get all of your wires neatly through there. But you might. Your entire thing, if you're running it through that the mesh or whatever that comes pre-installed, is going to be a fair bit thinner than mine because I've got that that thicker. True. So you might be able to swing it on yours, but on mine it was kind of aggressive. So.
Yep, that. Okay, so I want the fan wire. I want both of these connectors to be tucked back here behind the stepper. So I'm just going to make sure I've got the proper amount of wire to make that happen before I cut this off. What do we got? There be dragons here will be the rebranded Modbot channel.
But I've been telling Steve that a few times during this build, in certain parts where I'm like, I don't know, dude, like, it's not crazy clear. It feels like there be dragons. Yeah, those dragons, man. I like that I'm able to give them away, because I was printing some for a video not long ago, and they're like, man, dragons were so last year, and I'm like, well, when you got neighbor kids that love them, like, you're gonna, yeah, because it's like, I typically like to print things that I can either use or give away, and so if they're gonna take them and like enjoy them the way they do, I'm gonna print more. So
absolutely.
Man, it's funny, the gaffer's tape wasn't sticking well before, but now it's like, I don't know if the adhesive
sticking too well.
Yeah, like it's leaving residue on the CPAP hose, which isn't a big deal since I'll be, zip tying right over the top. But yeah, it's sticking much better than it was when I initially installed it. Let me grab some scissors.
So additionally on the other bits of wires here, I'm gonna have generous extras back at the back of the printer. That way I can have some flexibility if I want to change any of this later.
You said you're giving yourself some slack on the back, or?
Yeah, at the back, yeah. I'm gonna tuck some into various spots.
Yep, that's my plan too. Someone's asking what screws we used for the hot end fans.
M2, little M2 by, I think I did M2 by, I think it was only 12. It's not a lot of threads in there, but
we did different ones, dude.
Huh?
That's right. We did different ones. Mine were 2.5s.
Yeah, I did M2s.
Yeah, if you need, I can pull one. If you need the exact, but yeah, that's right. Because Steve's parts, a lot of them were over extruded from the Easy VZ program a bit, and so his an M2 went in fine, while in mine it was a 2.5. And I think that there's a few scenarios throughout this where that's been the case, It's so I'm trying to pull this
fan
tight.
Is wired to the thermistor. Yeah, that seems about right. So we'll go about the same.
Trying to pull the mesh tight so that way it's not wider than it needs to be on the front, but it's being stubborn because that tight little opening on the back. I think I got it. There we go.
Next on my build list or 2.4, just have a full set of Orons. Hard to decide. Choices. Little variety is nice. I mean, I'm definitely enjoying building various printers. I mean, the Mercury one was a blast. This has been fun. It's good to, especially if you're in it for the building, like I am. It's all about the build.
I printed evidence that says I printed a bunch of ducks with the rock's face for a friend's husband to use in his magic show, and she was trying to offer me all kinds of money for them. I was just happy to get rid of some filament.
This is interesting.
Huh.
What did I just do? I don't think that's wire.
For the thermistor?
Yeah. What in the world? I tried to strip it and it didn't. It looks like it cut the wire inside. Let's see.
It's definitely not the normal looking. There's strands. You can see twisted strands.
Well, because I used the wrong size, so there we go.
Slightly too small?
Yeah, it's small wire, and the clear sheathing, clear insulation was really interesting. If I have problems with my thermistor, then this is where I need to look.
Yeah. If I have problems with my thermistor, it's because I yanked it way too hard. I told Steve when I was doing some of this wiring last Wednesday, I was pulling on the wires to try to get them through that back cubby, and I didn't realize that one of the thermistor wires, or both of them, had wrapped around part of the extruder, and so when I was pulling, it was really tugging on the thermistor wires, and it looks like everything's fine. I don't see any like damage where they meet the actual thermistor itself, but I'm still not entirely convinced. I'm not entirely convinced that I didn't potentially do some damage, so I'm hoping not.
Yeah. This is
the trend of putting the rock on everything was a good bit of silliness. I saw the other day somebody that engraved the rock onto a rock. Like, it was, yeah, I was a big fan. I was showing Aaron all of the rock mesh like stuff that people were doing when they're remixing everything with the rock's face. This is weird. What the heck? Huh? These Velcro straps are a little bit longer than I was expecting.
What?
The Velcro straps, they're a little bit longer than I was expecting.
That's what scissors are for.
It's true, Steve. And everybody knows that I use scissors for everything, apparently. Yeah, this should look cleaner. I think that's what that's intended for. That little, that piece that's on top of the Running Man for the CPAP hose, I think it's intended to use Velcro straps. It's like the perfect little...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awkward using a zip tie for it, so it feels like that's what was intended all along. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut this, I think, unless I can shove this through here.
I think I've got all the crimping I needed to do done. So then it's just laying things out and hoping to get, oh shoot, no I don't. I crimped the wrong I used the wrong terminal. I used the wrong gender.
Oh, you did a invert, yeah.
I did a
the
female instead of male. Huh?
I'm just
grabbed the wrong terminal. These things are so small.
What are they? Just standard microfits?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just using 2-pin microfits here.
Gotcha.
And I figure I'm using the same connector orientation on both because the wire colors are very different. It's not gonna get mixed up. When I would wire individual connectors for like my Vorons, I would do like the hot end fan one orientation and the part cooling fan the other, so you can't plug the fans in to the wrong spot type thing.
Gotcha. But you're saying because of the fact that the thermistor is like this clear, it's very obvious to tell which is what?
Yeah.
Yep.
Reese, Charlie is a little over 16 years old. Charlie gave me a little bit of a scare today. He lost some function in his back legs. It came back and it didn't seem to hurt him. He seemed a little alarmed, but that was concerning. It was scary. He was falling to one side just from his back legs. So
definitely.
Yeah.
Sad to hear. Because I feel like this last month he's been doing pretty, I mean, like obviously he's been peeing all over, but other than that, he seems like he seems
not in pain. That's the good point. We're trying to monitor him well, closely, for where's that point where he's suffering, and he doesn't seem to be suffering yet. I learned that the hard way. I accidentally plugged a stepper into a fan port one time. Oops.
Oh, shoot. We gotta do 2 Charlie treat times today then, Steve. It's the only way.
We should. We should.
Especially because we've forgotten a few times. Like last stream, I think we were supposed to do it earlier and we forgot. So
yeah. So for the toolhead wiring here, I'm at a point where I'm going to start cleaning this up. Everything's connected. Everything's ran. Last stream, I ran all the wires through this included fiber sleeving. So now it's just a matter of putting a new piece of heat shrink over the end and zip tying the wires behind the stepper motor here. And I think it'll turn out pretty clean. Rebel Angel. The crimping tool that I'm using here is the iWis or iCrimp now, they've rebranded, but it's the 2820M. Highly recommended over the Engineer. My opinion.
I ended up, I told you, Steve, but like last stream I was having issues with the JST PHs, and I even off stream using the smaller 1mm, I could not get a tight bite basically with them. So I switched over to the non-ratcheting. I use the PA09s, but I'm probably going to pick up those iWises as well. I haven't yet. But one of the, I think it's the 1.6 size on these is damaged. So I do need to get, 1.6 is damaged. So I do need to get a new pair of these. You're saying they're not called iWis anymore? They're iCrimp now?
They rebranded to iCrimp.
Gotcha, but it's the same thing, just different naming.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm trying to get all these wires through the heat shrink here. Testing some 5-volt LEDs one time and sent 12 volts to ground on those. Pop goes the LED.
I did that with my my switch wire, dude. I killed one of the wires, or one of the LEDs, and so I swapped them, and I thought that I read them as 12 volts, but I think they're 24 volt LEDs. And so I put 12 volts on, wired it all up, everything was looking great, and all of a sudden I see them start flickering and then just smoking. And I'm like, what the hell? So yeah, I don't have a enclosure at all on the switch star anymore, because I'm running it open. But it was certainly an interesting moment where I'm like, my room smells awful, what's happening? Because it was it wasn't an instant thing. It was like, cool, everything's working, and then I'm back on my computer doing stuff, and all of a sudden just they're slowly dying on me.
So I'm gonna run a small zip tie up here to kind of hold the thermistor wire and the fan wire together, and that's gonna kind of force this thermistor wire up in front of the heater wires, and then a couple of small zip ties kind of stitching those wires together every couple of centimeters will help this come around to the back side of the stepper.
One downside of these Velcro guys is that they're not as tight as what I had before, the zip ties and gaffers.
Yeah.
But they're gonna be fine, right? Like, I don't think they'll actually slide very much. And for the sake of what we're doing, which is attaching the wire harness onto the CPAP, you probably don't need that real tight pull, because there's potentially risk of damaging the tubing, I suppose. So it feels a little weird, and I think I might have used a bit excessive on these Velcro ties. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them for the which might be overkill. But
okay, so that goes there. That's probably pretty good. I'm gonna shrink this. The GPs, thank you for extra Charlie treats from the wife. Awesome, thank you. That's a bad rebrand, actually. I agree. iCrimp sounds more generic than iWis.
iWis, especially because they built up the brand name.
Yeah.
It's an interesting choice.
Here, so I'm gonna shrink this and hope it shrinks well.
I stand by those new heat shrinks that I bought. I told you about. They suck, dude. I thought maybe it was just the first one, but they for some reason they don't shrink as much, and they seem to be releasing like a liquid of sorts, or like an adhesive. It's really bizarre.
Well, they're adhesive lined. There's adhesive lined heat shrink. I bet you if you look up what you bought, it's got basically hot glue in it.
Heat shrink tube assortment. It doesn't say anything about that on the box itself, but that could be it. I've always purchased the same one.
You say it has a little something oozes out of it as you're.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's adhesive lined heat shrink. It's really handy in certain cases, certain scenarios.
I guess since I purchased the same ones always, I've never seen it. I'm like, what is this crap, dude? Like, what, am I melting it? Like, I thought it's heat shrink. It's supposed to be able to withstand this. So that's good to know then that it's not necessarily a defect. But
it might be a mislabeled box if it wasn't advertised like that.
Yeah, the box. Yeah, I'm looking at the box right here, and it just says Evantronic 400-piece 3-to-1 heat shrink tube assortment. That's it. Nothing about. Yeah, it was definitely confusing me because I'm like, I've used a lot of heat shrink, but I always have purchased the same multi-pack off Amazon. This is the first time I've deviated from that, and so I guess, you know, I just got used to the way that one was. I think I'm gonna zip tie.
I'm gonna zip tie these two connectors to the running man's neck.
Yeah, I did 2 zip ties on running man's neck as well. Oh, even though one of them shifted, I don't know that I like that.
This, huh?
I'm just looking like I had 2 zip ties on the heat shrink on the running man's neck, and one of them shifted down below the heat shrink onto the wires. So now the heat shrink's able to pivot a little bit more. So I might need to go back and play with that a little.
Yeah. Then I'm going to loop the stepper wire around and then heat shrink the main wire. I mean zip tie the main harness here to the running man's neck.
I like that that's his official name now.
It is. It is.
All right.
Okay. This wire a little bit there. Gets that up out of the way. Yeah, everything's nice. Okay, Projects in Dad's Garage, welcome. They're still using iOS for some of their products. A quick hello. Hey, Pezlis, welcome. Getting some things done in the house. There's a great background sound. Awesome.
Sounds like they shipped you the wrong box. Yeah, I think like maybe what Steve said, it could be mislabeled, because I would think that if it had adhesive, it would be, you know, on the label itself telling you that. But
yeah,
at least I know again that it's not. I didn't know that was a thing. So at least I know now that it's, you know, just the way some heat shrink is, and I'm fine with that. I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't some defect with it because I'd never seen it before, and I'm like, you know, just concerned that it was maybe gonna be an issue. I imagine removing it probably sucks because the adhesive isn't gonna come off.
I mean, it's like hot glue. Hot glues depends on the material.
Yeah.
Often it comes off a lot cleaner than you would think.
Okay.
Okay. So I think my tool head's wire managed and good to go.
Nice. Could also be an on-place. Some ended up in the box of regular tubing. Could also be an No, I've used 2 so far, Tuxedo. So I thought the same thing, that maybe there was just one, but I've used 2 that have both had it. So I think it's the entire box.
So now I'm going to grab some Velcro and secure the CPAP to the. Where did I put my Velcro? Here it is. Secure the CPAP to the. Holy moly, that's just a long piece of Velcro. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't cut mine. I just wrapped it.
Well, mine's like not
oh,
just.
yeah, yeah, mine wrapped around it like probably 2 3/4 times or 2.5 times, which I kept just because I figured, what the heck, it's not. I mean, I guess it's a little extra weight possibly, but yeah, yours looks
Yeah.
a little longer than even that.
Charlie is eating, so that's a good thing. Let's see, how much do I want to go? Probably that much. Where's my shears? Hey, Danny, welcome. Chunk. Shunk.
I'm gonna cut one of them down. Let's see, this one.
Let's just give this a nice, as tight as I can hold that right there. And that holds the CPAP in place. Nice. Probably just the size you use. Most of that's the wrong one. IPA makes hot glue almost fall off. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that until streaming too. I've always like had a hell of a time getting rid of it, and someone's like, "Yeah, you just take a little bit." And so now I have a thing of ear swabs in here that I use specifically for like removing terminals from boards that have it. It's wild how just a tiny bit of IPA completely loosens the hot glue.
I'm gonna throw all these wires in, and then if the grommet doesn't fit, I'm not gonna worry about it. Hey, Art Chapman.
Oh, gotcha. I get what you're saying. Because in your situation, you were debating on doing the grommet.
Yeah. But I'll get all these going. I'm pretty pleased that I was able to fit all the wires into this sleeving.
Uh-huh. Yeah, yours is gonna look, it should look cleaner than mine because of that. Mine's, again, wider because I'm hiding a sleeve inside of a sleeve.
Okay. That goes there. Now, problem is, I think I'm going to put a sacrificial piece of heat shrink on here. Or, do I have any tape?
To feed it through?
Yeah, because the end of the thing is pretty frayed.
Yep.
Or actually, I can probably use a zip tie here. One of these tiny zip ties. Just to make sure it doesn't get more frayed.
Yeah, I did the same initially.
Get that as close to the end as possible.
Oh,
there we go.
So
So just put this fiberglass. I think it's a fiber of some sort, but yeah, that got me right through. I'm afraid that my you're gonna laugh, but I'm afraid that my X endstop wiring is
it long enough?
It might be. It could use a little bit of extra length. We'll
Dude,
see.
I know a guy. Well, I've got about 3 feet extra on mine, so I'll send you some.
You cut all yours to the same long length.
Uh-huh.
I made an attempt. I made an attempt to not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to extend that.
Gotcha.
Okay, so now these are gonna go, and I guess I'm just gonna do some tying these all together with a few pieces of Velcro. And this will actually might actually be a little nice because the soft side of the Velcro will rub on the top panel instead of the plastic tubing, or at least somewhat. Right?
Oh, yeah. I get what you're saying. For me, it'll be mostly the mesh and the mesh and the
it's mostly going to be the CPAP, but
okay.
For this.
Yeah,
Are there printed clips for this? There might be, but I think this Velcro isn't a bad idea. We'll find out.
Yeah, I think from what I saw, I'm almost positive that Vez uses this too. I could be wrong, but I swore that's where saw it.
Gaffer tape type stuff? Tessa tape?
What
Vez uses? What does Vez use?
No, I think he uses Velcro ties.
Velcro?
Am I wrong? Yeah, I'm almost positive that's what he uses.
I'm just cutting.
It looks a lot like gaffers as well, but I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure it's this, but I could be wrong. Someone might say that's not right, but from what I saw, it looked like it at least.
What did I do here? Oh, this is too. Oh, well, darn it. Oh, well.
What'd you do?
These aren't actually. This isn't Velcro I probably should have used. I grabbed it out of my drawer, but I think these were meant for this monitor stand.
The cable management
laptop holder.
Yeah.
And I think it's the long, extra long pieces of Velcro to help hold your laptop in place. And I'm just butchering it.
Yeah. That makes you feel any better. I mean, you can totally order more if you decide you ever want to use it. I've never used never ordered.
I'm not going to use it again. I'm done using it. So, whatever. Thanks, Kyle.
Yeah, I think this is silly what I'm doing here. This is probably not the right move.
Okay, so Velcro. I think 3 pieces of Velcro might be enough.
I used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have a 6th one on. So I used Velcro also at the very bottom on that printed part on the back, but I don't think that was the right move. I think a zip tie is a better option there. Are you gonna zip tie it?
Mine's pretty solid on there. I was just gonna leave it for right now.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll do the same then. I don't really like the Velcro doesn't get tight enough in the back to hold it the way I'd want it to be held anyway.
There we go. That's gonna go right there. And I think that's, let's see. Let's move this here. Yep. That gets me all the extents of the range.
I am doing a zip tie on the back. I lied, Steve. I wanted to pull the wire mesh closer to the printed part on the front. Let's see if I can explain if it doesn't make sense. But
hey, William, did I say hi to BBs already? I gotta get my phone out of my pocket. End up with moderators.
Yeah, I mean the good news is that that wire that's going through the back panel really shouldn't be moving much once it's in place.
No.
You know, like it shouldn't be rubbing back and forth and fraying or getting damaged. So it should be fine, I think.
I'm gonna see which direction is this supposed to go. Let's see if I can sneak the grommet in there. I'm doing pretty well. I've been busy. All the projects all the time.
Hey, Will. Yeah, I feel the same, Steve.
Yeah.
Every time I talk to Steve, it's like, what are you doing? And he's also always got something going on. I think I'm going to be using your little, zip tie VHB guys, or at least one of them for this when it pops out the other end.
Yeah?
I think so. I need to figure out where these wires need to go to.
I think I'll do the same.
Okay. I'm going to slide another heat shrink also on here before I cut this. On the other end, let's see.
This grommet is
stubborn.
Not easy to get in there. You don't really have any spots to get fingers in, and it's too thin really to push on effectively. Some tweezers that I'm trying to manipulate it with.
I believe.
It's good because I think I actually almost have it. Aha! It just snapped right into place.
Nice.
I think it's right in
better. That's one of the few times during a build I want to hear the word snap. Right? Usually it's not good. The amount of time, I think that 9 out of 9 times that I've used the word snap on stream, we're changing gears after that as far as what we're doing that stream. So
I'm going to just go ahead and extend my end stop wires here. Because I'm not.
So the things that we need, the things we got running through are a heater wire, which needs to go all the way down to the terminals on the bottom. We've got a thermistor wire, which goes, where does the thermistor wire go? I don't know, but where do we put the bed thermistor wire? Oh, okay, so the bed thermistor wire I think was I see that one.
It's the red ones.
Yeah,
down at the bottom.
It's like sort of randomly in the center there. I'm just trying to figure out as far as how much I should cut these wires roughly to be able to access everything that they need still. I think maybe right about here. I'm just going to cut everything and then have to crimp. Yeah, I'm just cutting across this entire sleeve, Steve.
While I'm here, I'm not going to actually cut this sleeving anymore. So I'm gonna throw a piece of heat shrink on here instead of that zip tie. Maybe throw it over that zip tie because that zip tie is kind of doing a good job right now.
Which seems easier in terms of building and wiring, this or Voron's? I would say Voron. The documentation is A to Z, like typically on most Voron stuff. While there's been quite a bit of jumping around. So that is one part. Would you like a bagel sandwich? Steve, sorry I can't bring you one and the rest of the class.
I want a bagel sandwich.
I will take a bagel sandwich shortly if that's, yes. But yeah, I would say that because of the instructions, a lot of it, and also to be fair, the kits, like most of the kits that I've purchased or gotten from Voron have been, or not from Voron, but like Voron kits have been like 100%
full
complete.
Kits.
Yeah, with the exception of maybe a Raspberry Pi. Well, with this, like, a lot of the electrical we had to bring ourselves. I mean, there's other ways we could have done this, I suppose, but to do it, I think, as nicely as possible, we had to bring. So yeah, I would say the Voron kits I've built have definitely been easier in terms of the build and wiring.
This feels a lot closer to like the early Voron FormBot kits and stuff. It's just kind of a pile of stuff in a box, some rolled up wire, and go for it.
Mm-hmm.
That step-step cooling is serious, isn't it? What's the thread pitch on those hoses? Let's see. It looks like, it's, as far as the coils, the CPAP coil, looks like 5mm.
I looked online and it looks like CPAP is there's a pretty universal size. I cut my CPAP potentially a little bit too short after last week's stream, and so I went in panic mode on Amazon and started researching CPAP a little bit more about, and did see that it looks like there's a fairly standard size. So
is it? I would imagine.
Mm-hmm.
I would hope.
Okay, so I'm cutting my sleeving. Bam.
Okay. I just heat shrunk the end of the controller side end of this.
Yep, I'm doing the same. I don't know. I'm going to show you. Let me take a look at what I'm doing, Steve. So I initially had it running.
You want control?
Sure, I can. Control. Yeah. Okay. Ooh, also, my Hodo showed up.
Nice.
So yeah, the way I've got mine right now is I had this sleeving running all the way to the end of these wires. I basically cut these wires, probably still with too much length on them, but I am going to be doing the heat shrink on this so that way it doesn't fray anymore. This is the sleeving that I added. Then I'm probably going to have it zip tie somewhere over here, and then I can run the wires to the board from this section. I think that's the game plan. But this might be, I'm wondering if I should do it, yeah, I think that's about right. I'll zip tie right here, and then I'll run these. It's gonna look a little bit funky. What I should probably do is actually cut off this sleeve as well for the heating wires at this point, so that way I don't have this big piece here. So, but yeah, that's kind of what my game plan is. That's what I got going on. Let's see.
Okay, I'm getting a little snippet of 24 gauge wire for this Endstop extension.
You gonna solder it then?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I'm still full screen?
You're still full screen apparently.
Oh,
I haven't.
Okay. I'll go.
Don't do anything embarrassing.
I'll try not to. It's really tough.
Okay, I got it back.
Okay, cool.
Nero's doing a 330, yep. I'm ordering the printed parts for LDO Trident that I ordered, asking about IGUS or... You want the IGUS style, R. Chapman. You want the IGUS style for a LDO kit. Jay, thanks for the gifted memberships. Tried searching YouTube or online for the VZ330 build videos, can't seem to find a lot of them. Greg's Maker Corner, and Greg's Maker Corner is a great one because he did individual videos on his 330 build, and then Nero 3D is doing a live stream builds.
Do you know where he's at right now? Like as far as progress on it, I haven't seen lately.
Well, Nero's been doing 1 video a week. So I think, what was he doing? I didn't see much of it. The last video, I didn't get in there in time. I'm sure someone else will mention where they're at. Hey, Biney. The VZ330 is just such a big printer.
Yep.
I mean, I'm sure that in terms of real estate, it probably takes up more space than a Voron 350 spec. I'm guarantee it takes more space.
Yeah, I think having one big printer is, I guess it depends on who, but like for me, having one big printer is plenty. Other than that, like, I don't need all big printers for the, you know, one-off time I print a larger item. I'd rather have quicker heat up times and less space overall.
Yeah. Okay. Where's my solder? Where did I put my solder? Solder.
Somebody years ago was giving me crap because I said I was pronouncing it wrong. I still don't know whether it's solder.
Solder.
It's solder?
No. I call it solder.
Right? Yeah, that's what I've always said too. Someone, I don't know. Upgrading the 2.0. That was just, oh yeah, his tall boy is what he was doing. He was doing, I saw, he was doing tap and then what, CNC parts on it or something like that? I think that was his last stream last night.
Yeah, but the earlier in the week was the VZBot build. I think that's Tuesday. Is that when the...
Is he averaging three a week? Is that the normal?
So. He does Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday.
Oh. It's solder if you're in the UK. Okay.
It's solder?
Yes. All right, so I'm going to cut off. Yeah, I'm going to try not to destroy the wires inside, but I'm going to try to cut the sleeving off for the Goliath. The hot end wires.
Okay. Now, I gotta get in here, do a little, see if I can.
Dude, these heater wires aren't very thick for being, you know, 100 watt or whatever it is.
115 watt.
Right? They're not that thick.
Is it? What are they, 20 gauge?
No more than.
There we go. That was easy. I need an easy button. Big red easy button. It is not a mains hot end, it's 24 volt. I made the same incorrect guess as well, Kyle. Because I had heard at one point it was mains, and I think it started out as mains, but...
Safety.
The correct choice that they made was to make it a 24 volt for public use, general population use.
Public consumption.
Heat shrink for the, oops, it's over here. It's 10 in Dutch. Deutsch.
How are you gonna mount, or like what point are you gonna mount this wire harness at on the back, Steve?
Pretty much the same as you're talking about.
Okay.
I'm probably actually gonna reuse the anchor that I already have here for the back fan wires. I'm just gonna bring this over and zip tie all those to that one spot, and then the rest of these wires are just gonna go down to where they go.
Yeah, I still think I probably could shorten. I think I could shorten this wire in the back a little bit more, but I'm not going to. I'd rather have extra for now and then decide later that it was too much, you know, versus being like, oh no, this isn't how I want it.
Yeah, I'm disappointed I have to extend these wires.
Wires, multiple wires?
Well, the 2 wires for the endstop.
Oh, yeah. I thought there was maybe more. Okay.
Okay, has anyone commented on that Superfly t-shirt you are wearing? Dr. Dave. So the shirt I am wearing today, here, let's go here. The shirt I am wearing today is the Quadrangles first robotics team out of Indiana. And Dr. Dave here is the lead mentor and Hazel from that team. And Dr. Dave took one of their robots to Murph.
That's
and
awesome.
The Voron crew had also donated a bunch of parts to that team to build a Trident. So the team has a Trident for doing some of their parts production and stuff. It was pretty cool. That was the platform that the printer was on during the Death Racer or the Battle Racer thing. That was from this team.
First team is typically robots that are like, there's certain tasks, right? Like shooting something into a hoop or getting through something, right? That's what.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a whole task, exactly.
Yeah.
A sequence of tasks.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Not the lead, but one of the mentors. Okay. And as one of the folks that donated parts to their Trident, they were nice enough to bring a team shirt. So I have my own Quadrangles team shirt.
I think I need a second. I almost wish I'd printed like one of your zip tie little attachments, but like a double one that's a little bit longer, so I have 2 mounting points.
Yeah. Could probably
I think I'm gonna
tweak
just
that if you wanted.
Yeah, I think I'll just use a second one to hold it at a different point. But the way I've got this, I think I need a second one. Otherwise, because of how much the wire is and how stiff the heat shrink is, it's sort of putting up a fight in terms of where the direction it wants to turn.
Timo, thanks for the gifted memberships. I'm wondering how come this kit is different from the VZBot 330 on the GitHub. There's some fundamental differences in the gantry setup between the 235 and the 330. They're not the same printer. They have a different belt path, for instance.
When is Charlie's treat time?
Let's do Charlie treat time right now.
Okay.
He's getting 2 treat times. So let's do, we are at an hour, and then we'll do it around the giveaway time as well. So are we ready for Charlie treat time?
I think yeah.
Yeah?
Hit the like button if you're ready for Charlie treat time. That's how.
That is a great point.
If you want Charlie treat time, we gotta get to 300. Where are we at right now? We're at 131. 160 likes. I'm holding Charlie's treats hostage. Charlie's like, you
Brian
monster.
T, thanks for being a member. PF Dennis, thanks for being a member.
Yeah, very.
Yes, Steven, that was the runaway robot.
A lot of the 330 and Brian said the entire printers are different, but yeah, I was confirming, like the 235 and 330, a lot of parts of it are substantially different, like a lot. They're both VZBots, but it's not just a size, like it's not just a shrunk down version. There's definitely some other like core differences in some of the parts.
Okay, are we ready? Let's go. Right there. We keep an eye on Charlie. I'm gonna shake his bag and he's gonna get right on up. Oh. Are you ready for treats? You gonna tell me you're ready for treats? No? Not gonna be talkative today? That's okay.
Dude, he's like, I'm circling. He's like, I'm circling, Dad. So you know what I want.
Yeah, I probably should have checked. He did stumble there. You noticed that. You noticed that, Monkey Butler, huh? I'm gonna give him 3 treats right now. Since we're doing two treat time. Good kitty.
You've had Charlie since kitten, Steve?
Yeah, he was born in June. We got him in, I think, September, October.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let me show you real quick what I ended up doing with mine.
Oh yeah, here.
It's not as clean. It's not as clean as what you're doing, where you're mixing or like you're just using the single mounting point.
Oh no, you're fine.
I ended up going with two like that.
I'd say that's at least as clean.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just I started off with just the one down here, but it was because again how stiff this is. It was sort of shifting around. Oh, you know what? Sorry guys, I've got autofocus on, which is why it's not doing what I want it to. Ooh, there we go. Yeah, with just this one, it was still kind of like fishtailing the top part, and so out of this, now it's nice and secure there, and I've got plenty of length to be able to run all of these. I guess I got to recrimp everything though. You're gonna have to do the same, aren't you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All
Everything
these
has to be crimped.
These will probably be cut down even further as depending on which is going where. Like if it doesn't need to be ran all the way somewhere, I'll cut them down. But I've got hopefully enough length on all of these to get them to their destination. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with the way the wiring is looking. I know it's still a little chaotic, but it's, you know, there's a lot of wires.
It does.
So yeah.
Thanks, G Funny Money. Thanks for gifted memberships.
Happy Sunday, G Funny. Motion at the front door. That makes me think neighbor kids are back.
Okay, so I'm gonna do similar in getting my wires. There we go. Zip tied in there. Everything's still running fine back there.
Thank you, GP.
What do we got?
GP just said wiring looks clean. Yeah. So I'm saying thank you because G Funny actually, funny that he just gifted right now, but like he's one of the kids back. Oh, Delilah did? Oh. Thank you. You only bark at intruders, Delilah. She gets defensive or like a little protective. Thank you. Okay. Every time I stream or record, she's laying outside the door, like blocking the entrance for the entirety of the stream, dude. Watching. She's my official bouncer. Like, yeah, Modbot official bouncer.
That's funny. Okay, I'm gonna crimp up. I'm gonna leave my stepper wire full length. I've got a whole wire track here. I can hide any extra wire in. So I'm just gonna recrimp the put it on there, and I've got the end that I cut off before, so I'm just gonna match the wire order.
Oh, for the stepper?
For the stepper, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that in a second here. I wanted to pull up the, you know what, I guess I should crimp first, and then worry about where things are going. Are you kidding? It's a very clean wire setup, and I've built many printers. Well, thank you. Maybe the Steve and the G Funny and the clean wires of the world are starting to slowly rub off on me, because I know that my first few builds, it was like, oof, like definitely there be dragons. It is like, you gotta be careful not to get attacked when you open the panel for the wires by like a rabid creature. Okay, so
you do like the full closet, kind of hold everything in place and shut the door.
Yes. Oh yeah, exactly. The
like an earlier Prusa Mark III build.
Yeah. Okay, so as far as wires go on this, Steve, we've got ferrules for the heater wires, and then everything else is going to be JST, like JST, whatever the standard. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Makes me a happy camper. So let's get strip some wire.
First, ask questions later. Sure.
Oh, you know what? No, I don't want to be, because I want to adjust lengths on these based off of where they're going, so I can't be crimping the ends yet.
No, you don't want to just throw things on the ends. Some of those are way long. I mean,
shoot. My biggest issue right now is that I didn't actually leave myself enough stepper wire without running across the entire board.
You didn't leave yourself enough stepper wire?
No, like I can get to it, but it's completely cutting across the entire board.
Oh, did you cut it quite a bit then, huh?
A lot. Yeah, I cut it a lot. I guess when I checked measurements, I checked everything pretty much but that stepper wire as far as where it was gonna go. So I might be soldering stepper wire. We'll see. So I'm gonna start. That sucks.
Yeah, that's why I just cut the end off.
But you're crimping right now. You're crimping right now, though, so that means you've already decided length.
I'm leaving it long on stepper wires.
Got you. Okay.
I'm basically this is how much I cut off. This is how much I cut off.
Cut off more than that, Steve.
A little bit.
Yeah, cut off
a little bit. Do you want we're on camera view for you. If you want face in the corner or printer in the corner.
Oh. Face in the corner is fine.
There we go.
It's not much of told Steve I felt like a gopher or something like that popping out behind the printer. It's just the camera. I mean, it's a tall desk, and then the camera is, I guess, probably a little bit lower than it should be. But it was funny meeting a few of my coworkers for the first time at Murph last year. A lot of them were like, "Man, you're taller than I thought you were." Because I'm pretty much 6 foot, like right there. But most of them were like, "Yeah, I thought you were like a little dude." And I'm like, "No, man."
Retwist this a bit. Just by hand here. Hey, tripod. How are you?
Come on, wire. There we go.
Okay, so I think I can go ahead and route this. So
yeah, I'm pretty bummed out about that. I might leave it ugly for now, Steve, and solder it on later on, man, because I can get it to fit. It's not going to be in the permanent house. Like I probably want to add an extra 6.
You can make it functional. I'd clean it up later.
Yep, that's exactly what the game plan is.
Okay, so that's going to go down there. This is going to come off. It's going to go right in there. Oh, and there is not really any extra wire. Ooh, getting that in there.
Tight, dude. I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at it right now. It does not look easy to get in. You're gonna have to move something, like move the. I don't know how the hell I don't see how you can get that in without using a tool or something.
Tweezers.
Oh, there you go. Hey, Pi.
There we go. It is in.
You said that we're using the bottom terminal for the heater wire.
Go. That goes
Do you remember saying that?
What's that?
We're using the bottom 2 terminals of the long block.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
For
what
the
I
heater
thought
wire.
before.
And I think I'm going to, once again, I'm going to take advantage of this wire track. I'm actually going to go down. Oops. Stop catching on Wago levers. I'm going to go down into here and loop back just because I want extra wire for if I want to change the way the tool head looks without extending these wires. So I'm going to do something like that, which means way out here. I cut off from original. I cut off about, of the heater wires, about 220 millimeters.
Oh, I have no idea, Steve. I just
you had already cut.
I held it out
at one point.
Yeah,
right?
I held it out. It looked about right to me, and I just snipped it. So the thing that sucks is I checked on almost all the wires except for the freaking stepper.
Except the stepper.
Yeah, and that's the one that's the of course, like, it's what I get.
Hey Vez, welcome. I think this is the first time you've been able to make a Sunday stream, right? Awesome. Everybody say hi, Vez.
I got a mouthful of bagel. Happy Sunday. Let's see. So Where is... Did you use the exploded view to determine where things are going on the board, or what did you...
Kind of a combination, I think.
Okay, so hot end thermistor, where is hot end? Okay. Thermistor is the green wire that is going to the top two of this. So we'll do about that much.
We are wiring up the toolhead, Vez. We are on the home stretch of making this thing move. Oh, come on. There we are.
I see what you meant about that little plastic cover on the thermistor wire.
Oh yeah, it's kind of weird,
It
huh?
just like, yeah, it's kind of funky. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be okay. Like, I think I've actually, let me take a lighter to this little bit so I can clear. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. I think that's the last thing I need to put into that wire race. Awesome.
All right.
Super
You haven't
exciting.
crimped yet?
Today might be the first move. That's the hope. That's the hope. Although we're already an hour in.
Yeah.
We're an hour and 15 minutes in.
Yeah.
6-hour stream. Let's do it.
I'm gonna need some 5-hour energy. Mover sparks. Yeah.
Let's hope just move.
Yeah.
Have some
Definitely.
faith. Okay, let's go and confirm some wiring stuff here. Do I have a... I'm trying to see what I have for wiring diagrams up on my...
I think my favorite's the exploded one.
This guy here?
It's like...
There we go.
Yeah, that's what I'm using right now for referencing.
Okay. So, for our tool head, the thermistor goes in...
It's the third.
Looks like... Okay, so it's looking like, and actually I had opened this in a new tab so we can zoom in a little better. So it's looking like thermistor's going into that bottom right
Yep.
Thermistor port. And it looks like it's the top two pins on that. Let's confirm that with the pinout diagram here.
Green.
And
Yeah, that's what
this is
it looks like to me.
ADC0, which is right here, the top right one. Yep. And, oh, yeah, ADC0, and it is the top two pins. And those are PF4 and then negative.
Oh.
Do you push it to 6 hours? Uh-oh, what was that noise? Uh-oh.
Nothing. I just keep. I can't believe it. I did it again, man. Where
What'd you do?
I looked at the thing, knew it needed to go in the top two slots, so shoved it in the wrong connector on the JST again. I looked at it and thought that the direction was that the plug faced towards the right, but it doesn't. It faces towards the left. So,
I'm gonna cut my thermistor wires there. What do you think, Vez? You're saying super neat wiring? I think we're both pretty pleased considering where we thought it was gonna go.
Yeah, I'm definitely pretty happy with the way it's looking. Yes, all right.
But I'm more impressed with the haircut. I think we've both gotten relatively recent haircuts, but it's been a couple of weeks for me.
Dude, that fade, man, you can still see it. All right. Oh, nice. The dragon finished. The final dragon.
Kids are going to be happy.
Dude. Every kid is like, where are you guys in school? I can just see them like, where are you guys getting these dragons?
Yes, you're going to get inundated.
Yeah, man. Okay. What other wires do we have?
I was doing, what are those little spinning battle things, toys?
Beyblades. Yeah. Endstop and fan. Okay, so these are endstops. So endstop's going to go to the very tippity top then, right? That's what we decided. It was in the center of the other two.
Huh?
The final endstop wire goes in between the other two endstop wires. I think we had checked that on the very top of the board. Like top left.
Let's confirm.
Okay.
So what is it? X end stop?
Yeah, it is X endstop.
X end stop. It's going into the middle between Z and Y. Yep.
Cool. Yep. Awesome.
How are we doing on likes? How many likes do we have?
Ooh, that's a good question. Not nearly enough. We need, if you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. We got to get to, there's 205 people watching. So let's get to 200 right now.
Where do I buy? I buy most of my tools from Amazon, to be honest. I finished my VZBot 235 a few weeks ago. What a great machine. Thanks. Awesome, Alexander. Glad to hear that. 165. We're over halfway there. Over halfway there. Okay, so this is going to plug in right here, which means this is these two. These two spots. There we go. Okay, and then I'm going to twist these wires. I like twisting wires.
It does look nice. No, I'm not. I giggled, but like, it does look nice. Like, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with it. I do think it does look nice. I won't argue with you on that.
My secret to my beard is simple. Blow dry it after a shower. Blow dry and comb it. Blow dry it as you're combing. Now,
what do you use to comb it with?
They make really nice heated brushes that you can use. I have one. It doesn't work as well as simply brushing it out as you're blow drying it.
What kind of brush or comb are you using, Steve? Is it a beard one or is it just a regular comb?
It's just a hairbrush. Yeah.
Okay. But not a comb, like a brush.
Huh?
Not a comb, an actual
brush. A brush, yeah.
Okay.
That's a brush.
Maybe I need to get one of those then.
We are still doing serials on Reddit. It's still based on Reddit. It's in progress to get away from there, but right now it's in progress. Hey, Sanity. Salt water, interesting.
Salt water on your beard?
Apparently. Okay, let's go about here for the X end stop. A lot of my wires I'm kind of taking down and looping back up to the connector. Just, I want enough wires to change something if I want to do it later.
I should have done that too, Steve.
I have a very similar build to yours. Blow and brush after shower. Yeah, easy peasy. Yep. I assume you meant beard to mine. It said build.
Yeah, he corrected it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I've got thermistor in. I've got hot end wires in, and I'm plugging in the end stop now. So I've got fan left, and I've got the short stepper wires left.
Short stepper wires, those poor things.
I know. I guess I can believe I did that. It's not that unbelievable. like I you know, it's entirely, it's kind of on brand. Okay, so these look good. You go in there. Let's see
what I really like. Being able to crimp most of these without having to throw my glasses on.
Because they're not tiny.
No, because of my contacts.
Oh, nice. I didn't know you. Yeah. I wore contacts for years, but because of how long I spend on the computer each day working, by the end of the day, my eyes are shot. So I sometimes do a hybrid of the two, but for the last couple of years, I haven't. What do you use? Are they dailies or no?
Monthlies.
Damn, it doesn't bug your eyes having them. I tried even like 2 weeklies or bi-weeklies, and they never stretched out that far because they felt like they were wearing down much sooner.
Well, the ones that I have in right now are actually some trial dailies.
Okay.
The problem with them is compared to my and I forgot to put the label on that one, damn it. Oh well. The problem with them is compared to my monthlies, distance vision isn't as good. So
Oh, interesting.
but the monthlies that I had were
symptom.
still my trials.
Gotcha.
And I was at just over 30 days and they were starting to feel. But I mean, that was right at 30 days.
Yeah. Yeah, my 2 weeklies at like 9 days in, I'm miserable. And also the thing that sucks, I'm clumsy, dude. So like if I lose a daily, right? Like if I'm putting a daily in and it falls into the sink, I'm like, oh, that sucks, but oh well. But dude, you drop a monthly into the sink on day 3, you're hurting, man.
Well, so I get a year's supply of monthlies at a time. So worst case is I just run out at 11 months and have to buy more. Monthlies are cheap per year. At least they seem cheap. It's like without any rebates or anything, it's $340 for a year's supply.
Yeah, $1 a day for vision, roughly.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's
bad. Worth it to me.
Yeah, I would say
dailies from my doctor are like $900 for a year.
Gotcha.
But you don't have to buy solution.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I was using dailies for probably 6 years. I'm a big fan of dailies.
Oh, yep. That's a beard very similar in length to mine. I checked my Discord chat.
Marcus is saying use a monocle as a hybrid. God.
Okay, the last thing I need to plug in is the fan, the hot end fan. So
you already did your stepper?
Oh yeah. I didn't have to worry about the worrying about the length.
It must be nice. All right. Well, at least I'm doing the fan right now. Stepper will take me a few. Stepper will take me a few.
So the expectation is the bottom left here for the hot end fan.
And red's on the outside.
Red's on the outside.
Or
yep.
Positive.
Yep.
Positive.
Perfect. I am so unbelievably happy, happier wearing contacts than glasses. I just hope my eyes don't decide to start getting sore or something, because I am super, super pleased with how this has turned out. To be able to wear regular sunglasses and switch between my bicycle sunglasses and regular ones and not have to worry about sweating, because I'm a sweater. If I'm out working, doing something, I drip, and dripping onto sunglasses sucks.
Well, it also, like for me, working out sucks with glasses, dude, because every time I work out, all of a sudden I'm like, I need freaking windshield wipers, man, because they're all steamy, like I can't see. So, I definitely think at least having like what I've been doing the last couple of years is I keep a set of like 90 days or 30 days worth of dailies. So that way, if I have a day where I'm like, hey, we're going out and doing this thing, I'm like, that sounds like some activity for contacts. So I at least have the option.
Yeah. I did out of pocket for my contacts this year. And I used my insurance to get a good set of progressives. So I have some glasses. I actually wore them yesterday all day. I don't like them, but for when I maybe whatever reason, I at least have them. So I can wear them.
It's good to have, man. Especially again, let's say you're going on a trip, like any of the trips you're going on, right? It's you want to have them in case something happens and you're losing. I mean, I don't know how bad your eyes are. Without my glasses on or contacts, I've got about a 1 foot radius, dude. I'm blind. Like I can't see anything. So for me, I have to have like glasses around, because if I lose my contacts, dude, I'm like, is it Velma from Scooby-Doo? Like it's pretty much like that. Yeah, dude, that's me. That's on me, man. So, yeah, I've got the worst vision in my family, and everyone's got pretty bad vision in my family. Why is this not? There we go. There we go.
I could probably get away. My last license renewal was just last year, just about a year ago, and I went in there and I don't. I did the eye test to get my license, and it took me like a couple of tries, but I ended up barely passing to not have the glasses mark on my license, the glasses requirement. But it was like I had to rub my eyes and
Oh, like yeah, like squint to the max.
yeah,
Yeah,
it was
like,
it
you
was
left there with a
barely.
migraine, but at least you passed your.
If
your
I
test.
if I was doing it today, I would probably fail.
Gotcha.
Just that less than a year later.
So your eyes are degrading then, like
Yeah, I'm
vision-wise.
farsighted. So
Gotcha,
age.
because my eyes have been the exact same or like within like a point for the last decade. Like the doctor's been telling me like, dude, you're a perfect candidate for getting LASIK or something like that. And yeah, I'm debating on doing it, but I'm also like scared because I'm like having, bad eyes is better than something going wrong and like it messing up. Like I when I was a kid, I watched, there's like a Final Fantasy movie, or maybe I wasn't a kid, I was old enough to know, but like it scared me, dude. So, but like 2 of my family members have gotten it and they were like, yeah, it's awesome. So we'll see. I think it's like $3,000 or something like that to get it done. So
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I kind of like glasses are kind of like, I don't know. Just so you know, also, Steve, I am actually going through and I'm gonna just quickly solder because
You're gonna
looking
extend those. Yeah, do it. If it's
yeah,
if it's not gonna reach comfortably, just do it.
Well, I'm actually the ironic thing is I'm soldering back on what I cut off. I'm not decrimping. Like I'm quite literally. It's the perfect size. If I had just
then you don't have to crimp. Yeah.
Yep.
That
exactly.
works.
So it's either crimp now and have it not be right and have to cut and solder later, or just do it now. So I'm just.
I've got an idea. Why don't we get the Raspberry Pi image going, and while it's doing the imaging and verifying, you can switch over and kind of do that. What do you think?
Yeah, no, that sounds great. I've got.
Well, we might as well do that. We still have to power the Pi. I forgot. We still have to run power to the Pi. Power to the Pi.
What image are we using?
Hey, John. I was just gonna do mainsail.
Okay. Mainsail OS?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm cool with that. You just use it built into Raspberry Pi Imager?
That's what I was gonna do.
I'm for it. That sounds good.
Yep. Yeah. Do you want to? I hope I have my adapter. It might be you crimp or solder and extend your wires while I go looking for my SD card adapter.
Oh really? You don't have? I've got so many. I mean, I'm using a crappy one that came with a printer, but I've got tons of them. You don't have any laying around?
I'm looking. We forgot about this. It's probably in my other garage. I had LASIK in 2003 and my eyes have regressed to the point where I have to have glasses all the time again. Yeah, the idea, I think, is wait as long as you can. For one thing, the LASIK technology is going to progress at some rate, right? The longer you wait, the better it should be. So,
what the heck?
I'm gonna go over to the other garage. I'm gonna give you focus. You can do whichever thing.
I'm doing the same thing as you because I think that this adapter that I have might be defective. So I'm gonna be looking around this office for another adapter. So I'll be here. So everyone can see me looking around, but I'm not doing anything too exciting either. I'm just gonna.
I'll be right back, folks.
Walk over here.
I don't know if we can do Dancing Max effectively. I'd probably screw something up, so I'm just gonna leave us going.
Yep. I've got one right here, I think. I was just talking to Steve about this, but like I've purchased packs of micro SD cards and they always go missing. This is not. Yeah, this is right. They always go missing, and then if you don't go with name brand micro SD cards, they seem to not last very long. Let's see if I can get this plugged in. Oh, come on. Did that work? Main sale, choose storage. Okay, so maybe my micro SD card is bad. We'll just do a screen share there so you guys can see what I'm doing. So it is not showing up. Reinserts. So something tells me the micro SD card might be what's bad, which sucks. Let's try this one. I normally like to use SanDisk or Kingston or something decent for the Raspberry Pi, but I don't think I've got any. Come on.
I don't know where my normal SD card reader is.
Yeah, I'm using. I think my micro SD card is actually bad. The one that I said I was going to use. Okay, so no, this isn't showing either. Now I'm real confused as to what's happening.
I've got the one that I had bought for my Mac. Let's see if it plugs into my PC.
I don't understand. I've just tried 2 micro SD cards and neither of them are popping up.
Replug the USB. Hey, Taijin.
It's not showing up in File Explorer, so it's definitely not working. But again, I don't know. I'm not sure if it's the micro SD card or the adapter or. Shoot, I unplugged myself.
Let's see if that works. Are we gonna get foiled by computer problems?
I think the issue. I'm gonna try plugging it in on the back of the computer directly into the motherboard. I think I did that one time, and that actually was what solved it for me. So let's see. Do I have a spare port? I do.
It's not showing up either.
This isn't the first time this has happened to me. I think when we were doing Rat OS, did the same thing. Yeah, that worked, dude. It's the front ports. Wait, it seemed like it worked. Why is it not? Cancel. He's unavailable at the location on the PC. Yeah, it worked. It was a port thing. Wild. Okay, let me go change it to me so I can enter in my network info real quick.
Mine's not showing up. Let me see if I've got it plugged in correctly.
Okay.
It goes in one way. Plugged in there. This is not good. Huh.
Try a different. If you're plugging it into your case, try plugging it in directly to your board and see if it does it. Like the motherboard. On mine, I just tried that.
Directly into the motherboard.
Okay.
Yeah. See if that works. I am not having any luck. Did your mic change, Daniel?
I did, and I changed it back. Did it?
Okay, so we're good now. It sounds correct to me. Hey, John. This is not great. This is not great at all.
When I went to unplug my flash drive, I brain farted and pulled my mic out. I zoned for a second and yanked it, and I was like, that wasn't what I wanted to do. So. Yeah, I think I've got everything set. I'm gonna hit right. I'm not using a good quality micro SD card, but it sort of is what it is. All existing will be wiped. That's all I've got right now.
I'm trying to use my. Shoot, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm trying to use my Mac USB-C little port adapter, and it's not coming up on the computer. And my normal spot to look for my PC one that I usually use, it isn't there.
I'm trying to think of what other options you have.
I've got options. I'm not out of options. We're not dead in the water. So you may be the main focus for showing how this works. I'm going to image this on my laptop because I have a reader in the side of it, but I won't be able to share the laptop screen.
Should I cancel this and start over? I'm already flashing. I just kind of did it, Steve.
It's okay.
Okay.
That's okay. That one comes up right away. So you have focus and you're doing it. So did you go through and set all the settings?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I normally don't show the back end because it shows my SSID and stuff like that.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so there's not
That's
much to
fine.
show.
Folks have seen this before.
Yeah. As long as, I mean, again, all I did, I think I showed me selecting the storage, but all I did was go under operating system, and it's like system specific, and then chose mainsail OS. And then I don't know what you normally choose, but it said there was a 32 or 64, but 32 was recommended, so I went with 32.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing that before. I don't know if that's the new.
That's a new thing.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say I thought before it was just one, you know, basically mainsail OS with a version number. Okay. So let me move.
Mine is working. So on the laptop over here. So you're crimping. You're crimping.
I'm gonna be soldering. I'm just
soldering.
Right now, yeah. I already stripped the wire, and now I'm gonna put some heat shrink on them, twist them, solder them, and then shrink the heat shrink, and then I should be good to. I can't talk. Are you going to SD card flash, Super 8 Pro, or USB flash? I don't know. I was just gonna follow. I've never used this board before, so I'm not sure what the flashing process is like. If you can flash over USB, then I'd probably just flash over USB. But I hadn't really thought that far, to be honest with you. Yeah, I prefer to flash if it's simple. It's, through the terminal, but I know big TrueTech boards are primarily what I'm using, and they require micro SD card flashing. So
this control is weird.
Flash with SD card, Vez says. Yeah, so we'll do that then.
That's gonna make it interesting since I don't have access to the SD card.
SD? Wait, but I don't understand. Why can't you do it on the computer you're using right now? Why can't you just do it on the computer you're using right now?
Sorry, I'm getting frustrated here because of the interface here on my computer is screwed up for some reason.
Gotcha. There was one time where we were trying to flash the image. I don't know what build it was, Mercury or the VZBot, not VZBot, the vCore, and we couldn't get it to flash. It was a huge pain in the butt. So I'm just going to twist these wires.
I'm back.
Okay.
That's doing that. You're doing that. Can you post, please, the Mellow instruction? Are you talking about the GitHub IO instructions we've been using? Let me pull that up because we're going to probably use that for doing our flash here, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Let me bring the Super 8 Pro. Here we are. Oh.
I wish I had more length so I could use my little magnetic arms, but I'm just gonna leave this dangling. Gonna grab this.
Okay.
Flashing
Dentox. This is the link that we're probably going to use to flash these easier, and we have a pre-compiled firmware file in GitHub already. I'm not going to use that. I'm going to use your config though, Vez. let's look at what you're talking about though. Let's go here. I took control.
Sounds good.
This is the Fly Super 8 instructions we're gonna go with, but Vez is saying that there is on the GitHub. Let's go back to the VZ235, and I'm gonna paste this link here so you can follow along. I need to catch up in chat. I prefer to flash with Gordon. Of course you do, John. You can use DFU, but it's harder. You need a jumper for DFU. Flashing can get you arrested.
That's my favorite one so far.
So on the GitHub here, there is a firmware page. And what I really want, there is a Super 8 firmware bin. I'm not super, I'd rather flash this ourselves, and we're going to go through the process.
Oh, you're saying it's like, it's already compiled, so you just basically plug
for
it?
the Super 8, yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
It's educational though to show the process for someone that needs to do it for some reason later on.
Yes, exactly. This config is what is going to be most important to us, is this printer config that's here, and then grabbing the some of these macros potentially. But we'll start with, we're getting our SD cards flashed, and you're extending those wires, and then we need to power the Pi too.
Yep. Power to the Pi.
Power to the Pi. And of course, I don't think I have my proper crimper over here. So you have a good view there, so everybody's watching you now, and I'll be right back again.
Okay, you're getting your DuPonts?
Yeah.
Must be nice. I'm gonna use the PA09s and see if I can figure it out. I've hardly done DuPont crimping ever. Oh, come on. Sorry, I know everyone's pretty much just see my arms. There we go. And we're good. Okay, so that's all the soldering. Now I'm going to move heat shrink out of the way.
Okay,
don't start.
I'm back.
Okay. I'm done with the soldering. I just need to slide these little sleeves over, and then turn on the hot air wand really quick, and then plug this in, and I am done with the tool head.
Awesome.
I would have been done probably 10 minutes ago had I not jumped the gun on cutting my toolhead wires. So.
Okay, so the general Dentox, the general aluminum version VZBot build instructions are here. So now loading, Daniel is extending his stepper wires because he cut them too short.
Yep. So definitely don't do that. So for some reason, I thought that I had plenty of distance, and so I checked with most of the wires, of course, except for the stepper wire, which is the one that goes. It's the farthest stepper wire. Like if it was up here, I would have been fine, but it's the farthest stepper. Right. I mean, I guess essentially I could have. You
could have moved it because it's just the SPI that they say doesn't work well in that last port.
Let's not talk about that, Steven. So we're already beyond that at this point. But yeah, I probably, to be quick, I could have just pulled the driver, put the jumpers in the top port, and called it a day. But that would be far too simple of a solution when you can solder and crimp. Okay, so now I'm going to...
The correct length now loading is basically the full length of the stepper wires.
Yeah, the rest of them you can shorten by a fair bit. But yeah, that one in particular... Okay, so let me plug this. God, so it's the closest one right here.
My Pi is almost imaged.
And you just used a tweezer to try to get it in?
Yeah, just kind of guided it in, and I got lucky.
All right, let's see, dude. I think you've used up all of the fishing luck for the day. Let's see.
I tend to get lucky with those, so.
Oh.
Don't feel bad.
All right, down here, just.
Everybody looking at the back of your head?
Dude, my fade doesn't look as good as yours, does it? Dang it. All right, here we go. I think we're in. Oh, we did it. All right, we are in. It's still a little bit tighter than I would like, but it's fine. I can still run it down into this channel if I can figure out how to do that. There we go. Run it over here into roughly this part of the channel, and we should be in the money. Cool. I did it, Steve.
Awesome.
I did it.
Are we at the same point now?
We are.
Back to the same point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Why is this? There we go. Yeah. Oh, what's happening?
It's not clipping on?
No, not as. Let me, 1 second. Let me try the 180 flip. There we go. We're in it. Okay.
Awesome.
At first it doesn't work. Just keep pushing on it until it does. Awesome. And so now we're doing DuPonts.
Okay. I'm going to take control again.
Yeah.
We have decided, mostly because I pushed this direction, that to power the Pi from the port, so there's a port on the Fly Super 8 here, and they include this adapter, which is a USB port and then a JST. This has CAN high, low, 5 volts, and ground on this port here. This, we're not using CAN, but this is what you can use to power your Pi. So into the USB input on the Pi, power input from this port here. We have not really a lot of room here with our power Wagos. And I didn't want to source a low profile enough right angle USB-C port to make this work. So it seems easy enough just to run a power wire from the GPIO on the Pi to that port. So,
and you're saying, Steve, that the GPIO for power on the the GPIO pins for power are side by side, so we can use a 2-pin, is what you were saying, right?
No, well, they are side by side. I'm going to recommend, and I'm going to tell you why, talk about why. I'm going to recommend we use a 3-pin because it'll help it'll help prevent accidentally plugging it in wrong.
Gotcha.
Anyway,
I would never do something like that, but yeah.
we're not going to use this. We're going to, although you can, this plugs in right here. Then you'd find a spot on the back to VHB it to, and then run a USB cable to the Pi. But instead, we're going to make our own little harnesses. So now I'm going to figure out how much wire we want to use.
I don't know that I have a 3. I don't know that I have a 3, Steve. Well, actually, no, I do. Yeah. You're talking about just a 3 long, right? Like a side by side by side.
Yes.
Okay. I've hardly used these. I think I purchased DuPont connectors just because I was like, these will be helpful one day, and I'm glad I did. But
I'm just gonna go kind of along the DIN rail. So right, like probably about that long. And I'm gonna end up cutting these down, but this is just for the. So I'm gonna have a cable that's just a little over a foot long.
Oh wow, that long?
Yeah, I think so. Because I'm gonna go around the Pi. Maybe it won't be quite that long. It'll be right out about a foot.
Okay, yeah, I've got. I guess that's. That's exactly what I've got. 300 millimeters roughly. So.
Okay. What's Vez saying? Like a 5 volt from the screen connector top left. Screen connector top left. Oh, from.
So there's an alternate part on the board. Is that what he's saying?
Dan, on the Pi 4, there's no protection on the USB either. So it's equivalent connecting USB or GPIO. You don't get, there's no more protection on the USB side. What wire? And I'm going to use 20 gauge wire. 24 gauge is not going to be enough. I'm going to use 20 gauge wire.
Same.
There are a lot of fans. Yeah.
Using stuff that came with it, or no, you're using your own wire?
I'm using my own wire.
Okay, me too.
This point where I get a 20-watt Apple wall wart and profit. I use the white CAN ribbon cable. Yep, and we just talked about that. Just talked about why we decided not to use that. I'm going to do the DuPont side first, just because.
Me too.
This is one of those things where you can do this many ways. This is the way that we decided to do it. So,
Yeah.
my little DuPont pin kit.
Do you have the iWis DuPonts that you told me about, or no?
I have the iWis DuPont crimper, yes.
Yeah.
So DuPont and Microfit and JSTs have a fundamental difference in the crimpers. So the, I've got a split camera. All three connector types for the conductor side, the little pieces on the terminal, the crimper folds them in like this to grab the wire. For the insulation side, it does this also on JST and Microfit, but for DuPont's, it's round and it kind of folds them over in a round shape to overlap each other like this. They're kind of angled and they go around like this. Using this style on the insulation for a DuPont can make it more difficult to insert into the housings. So when you do this, it just fits better. It'll work both ways.
I don't have the right crimpers for it.
Correct.
And I've used these before, so I know that it does work, but I've also fought with just about every type of crimp connector, so. And also size-wise, the sleeving on this wire is making it a little bit tough.
It can be. There we go.
Yeah, it's being a pain in the butt. Holy cow.
Yeah. I do not like automatic crimpers. Getting the terminal in place, and then if getting this all, there we go. Here. I like my manual crimpers. You're not gonna be able to see that. So when it comes to controller boards, do you have a preferred brand in terms of features for those built printers? Big Tree Check versus Mellow, all pretty much equivalent. I've had good luck with all the brands. I don't really have a preference.
Yeah, they all work fairly well.
Yeah.
My biggest thing is
So there's
go with one that has good documentation.
Yes. Documentation is a separator.
Documentation will save your life. So yeah, it doesn't matter whether it's Mellow or Big Tree Tech, but make sure.
I think they both have reasonable documentation now. I think the big difference is Mellow's relying a little much on community documentation.
Gotcha.
Versus Big Tree Tech seems to have a little more fleshed out provided documentation. I think the end result, as long as it's accessible and usable, is fine, but I think Mellow would be in a bit of a world of hurt if it wasn't for the community helping them out.
Yeah, the most frustrating element of any build I've done when it comes to electronics is wiring. Like, and a lot of the boards just gaps and stuff. I mean, shoot, I just did a video on, on a FISEC board that the documentation was lacking, and it made everything so much more difficult. So.
I always get, but could you name the crimper number again? So the DuPont crimper I'm using here is a SN025 from iWis or iCrimp. SN025. And it works really well for a ratcheting crimper. It produces, once you get it all lined up, it produces a great crimp. I'm taking some red heat shrink and marking my positive wire with that, just each end, just a small piece on each end, so that I can distinguish it.
So red and black are going on the far outside of the 3-pin then, Steve? Or no?
Yes, you can go to the outsides of the 3-pin.
For both of them, like one's on one.
Because marking from the end on the Pi GPIO, it's 5 volts, then ground. So if you do a 2-pin, then you just have to make sure that you plug it in one terminal in from the end. If you do a 3-pin, then you can just plug it into the end and you don't accidentally, right?
No, I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing because I realized that what I just crimped on could not have been DuPont's. I crimped on something completely different.
Completely different?
Yeah. Look at, man, this is what that's freaking hilarious. Look, so this is, these must be the DuPonts. And again, I haven't used them enough that I'm like, oh yeah, so these are the DuPonts, right? These long ones?
Well, if you look at the insulation side of them, they'll be triangular shaped and they'll be offset from each other.
Yep. So what I crimped on were what appears to be some form of a JST. I don't know if they were. Yeah, this is not right. So I'm
Maker Viking,
pulling them again, which is kind of funny.
Yeah. So for DuPont, I use SN025. For JST and Microfit, I use the 2820Ms. So SN28B is my DuPont fit preference. Let's see. SN28B. Where's my mouse?
These were rolled up underneath another section, I guess, because I don't use them enough. I didn't even have them in their own slot.
So SN28Bs. SN28Bs are listed on Amazon as a DuPont crimper. They are not a DuPont crimper. So the SN28Bs are not a proper DuPont crimper. If you want a proper DuPont crimper, you need the SN025s. There are others out there, but you need to make sure it has the round. Here, I'll show you. So look at the die shape there. You see the rounded, it doesn't have that M shape. That's what you're looking for a DuPont crimper. If it has the M shape like that on both sides, it's not a DuPont crimper. Even if it says so, you have to be careful because it will say on many of these that they'll crimp DuPonts, but it's not proper.
Yeah, I had no idea until you told me that.
Yeah.
I liked when you showed me with your hands of like the M shape versus the O.
Yeah.
Like, all right, I can picture that, Steve. It's just like it's funny how there's certain things again, like, and I'm sure I looked online when I was playing around with crimpers initially. They have these sort of complex explanations, and all they need is a GIF of Steve showing an M versus an O, and I completely understand, the difference and why one works and one doesn't. Like, you know what I mean? Like some things that are complicated don't need to be. Like you just need a very simple visual explanation, and it's crystal clear. So. Okay, well, I'm making up for lost time with the with these.
Okay, so the 3-pin DuPont is my suggestion, just to keep it easier to track later, and then the outside pins.
Yep.
Streamception. Here, let's get Daniel. What are you working on? I gave you focus.
Oh, you did?
Uh-huh.
It's dangerous. Well, I got my DuPonts on. They look ugly. I mean, again, it's the insulation side that looks ugly, because I don't have the right thing, so it sort of curves them weird. But it should be fine, hopefully, as long as the actual crimping on the wire is decent enough. And then you said outside, so we're just going to drop this in like that.
So this
and it
3D
clicked in
printer
place.
has some kind of CPAP system. Yes, it uses a CPAP blower for the part cooling.
Ew, this one's ugly on top. I don't know if this one was going. Let's see. It did. Wait,
They did a video on iWis site showing that you put the crimp in 180 degrees turn to do DuPont. That sounds like a janky workaround to me. I think the proper die is important for for DuPonts. I think if you've done DuPonts and you've had trouble putting the actual connector in the housing, you'll see that anything other than a proper crimp on that is gonna make it harder.
Well, yeah, I'm running into that issue right now.
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time getting, like, the bottom part's piece of cake. The top part, it's sort of, the triangle is not, like, flush how it should be. It's sticking out at an angle.
So what I've done in that case is take the next smaller size on your crimper and just kind of don't fully crimp it, but kind of push it to kind of form it into a smaller profile.
That might have done it. We'll see. I might need to do it for the
Everything
top
is
two,
jank when you're a left-hander, so I guess I'm special boy. Hey, Chris. I feel like that video, if they're showing people to do that, it's because they're trying to sell that crimper to a wider audience. Which, sure, whatever. But
I did it. Yay!
Yeah, good tip.
Yeah, that worked. Okay, and then on the other side, you said we're doing it's just regular JST, right?
It's JST, but I'll bring up the document. This guy. So this is the pinout diagram, and the plug we're going in here is this CAN port, and we're grabbing 5 volts and ground. So it's these two. If we're looking at the board, it's the two ones on the right, 5 volts on the far right.
Okay.
Hey,
I'm not gonna put them into the connector until I've quadruple checked it. I can't. My heart.
So
I can't take it.
This is where we're plugging in 5 volts and ground. We're gonna leave the CAN high and low terminals empty.
Okay, I'm gonna use my ratcheting ones.
Go back here. Okay, so I'm going to be leaving this full length to what I cut it. So
this is the power wire?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'm leaving mine at 300 millimeters or whatever you had said initially.
Did you cut it to 300 millimeters or did you test the length?
It was, yeah, no, it was like 300. I cut it to 300 millimeters.
Because mine's quite a bit longer than 300.
Thought you said 1 foot was plenty. You said that. You said 1 foot's what you cut it to. I asked you twice.
Mine's at like 100 or 330.
I don't want to get into a pissing match, but I'm at 340.
Perfect. You're good.
All right, awesome. All right, and then let me look really quick here at the CAN port that you said. I've got it pulled up. Let's see. Oh, cool. Mainsail has been written to mass storage device, so that's ready whenever we get there.
Yeah.
Whenever we need that.
Mine's ready too.
Okay, pin out. And you said CAN.
You can also buy the correct jaws for the crimper. Sure. Sure. That's absolutely true. As long as the die profile is correct, you're good.
5 volt and ground. Okay. 5 volt and ground. CAN is right here. Yeah, so top right and top left, right, is what you said? Or no, I'm sorry, that's not right. Top right, the farthest to the top right, with 5 volt being on the outside.
Yes. The two far right ones, 5 volts furthest right.
Yep. Got 1 in. Got 2 in. Nope. There we go. All right. And then I'm definitely gonna need you to tell me where,
This goes
which
here,
GPIOs.
and this one goes here. 5 volts. There. Ground. There. I'm gonna finish twisting this, because 'Cause you know I like my twisted wires.
Mm-hmm. Getting twisted.
Okay, so now I have my custom power cable. So if you look at the, let's zoom in here.
Everybody watching right now, if you haven't already, stop what you're doing and hit the like button.
Hit the
Gotta
like
hit
button.
300. We're at 3. We got to do it.
Where are we at?
We're at. You don't even want to know. We're not at 300. I'll tell you when we're at 300, Steve.
Are we at 200?
Yes, we are.
We are. Awesome.
Yes. Yeah. Like, I can't tell you, Steve.
Okay, looking at the GPIO port in this orientation.
Yep.
The bottom left corner is 5 volts. The one right above that is 5 volts. And the one right above that is ground.
Perfect. I love it.
So I'm gonna plug this guy in right here. And then I'm gonna loop this around behind all of this and down.
Ooh, I'm super excited because Pi having power and SD card being done means that even before we do any tensioning of anything, we can power it on and see what happens. So, right? Is that the game plan?
Do what?
Are we, before we do any like bed / belt stuff on anything?
Oh, yeah.
Are we going to be
we're
plugging
powering it on?
Right, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh.
I'm excited.
Jeff, yours still says 677. I wish that were true. we have powered on the power supplies and checked the voltage, but the controllers have not been powered on.
It's gonna be
so right there. Is that that's completely wired?
Yep. Everything. Yeah, except static cooling, but that's intentional. So yes, everything that's like required.
Not technically. We got a USB cable that we got to.
Oh, the screen.
And the screen.
Yeah. Speaking of the USB cable, are you just going to use for the second, the long one it came with?
Yeah, for now.
Okay.
I'll probably get something that fits better because this thing's pretty long.
Yeah, let me quickly see if I've got a drawer of random cables here that I throw things in. Do I
here?
It's too messy. I'll look later. Let's see, where's the one it came with? There it is. Nope, that's not it.
That's gonna go something like that. I'm not thrilled with that. I'm gonna redo it, but it'll be plugged in.
Where? I don't know where mine is.
Charlie P? Maybe. It's hard to tell.
You gotta go on without me, Steve.
Huh?
You gotta go on without. I don't know what I did with it, man. I had it yesterday. We were talking, and I don't see it. I might need to run to the garage or. It's so weird.
Use a high quality. Hey, Vez, would you consider the cable that it comes with a high quality USB cable?
I should have a bunch of
there. At least
cables somewhere.
It's tucked in there. Charlie, clean up here. Let me at least pat down his bed here, just to make sure. Not hitting anything.
I don't understand.
Turn your heater back on.
You were talking, we were right here, and I was like, yeah, I have mine too.
The what? The cable?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I haven't.
You just had it.
I haven't moved it. No, I didn't have it. I didn't have it today. I thought that I had it, but that was a USB A to A. So I know I had it. Well, I had it yesterday, right? If that's what you mean.
Yeah.
That's
what I mean.
I'm so confused. I wouldn't have taken it out of this area because found it. Cool.
Found it. Awesome.
I like having this big box just full of all the parts, but it's so deep that like very easy for a small cable to just get lost somewhere and then for me to freak out. So, cool. But yeah, for right now, this is going to be the least nice looking part of this build, and then I'm going to run out to the garage probably right after this stream and just swap it. I think I've got like an 8-inch somewhere out there, but this is a really long USB cable.
Yeah, I did this, if you can tell. It seemed to actually, I mean, it's not great, but
That doesn't look too bad. You just ran it. Oh, you zip tied it like together.
yeah, just zip tied and then one each side going to the stuff.
I might, if I run it down into the cable raceway, it's not that bad.
It's just a interesting loop to do that. I'm gonna leave this like this for now.
All right, I'm going to the cable raceway. Let's see if I go like this and tuck you down here.
So we had talked about putting the display on before we get this all powered up. Do we still want to do that?
We did. Well, you got me all excited now, dude.
To get the display going. Okay.
Got me all pumped up to. Well, yeah, I'm also cool with powering it, but yeah, this is what. Here, check this out. This is what I did. I'm not saying this looks any better than yours, but
no, that looks good.
I just basically one pass, because this whole area needs to be tightened up. So in reality, I'll probably zip tie like one thing here to kind of organize these, and then clean up here by zip tying these 3 together. But yeah, I don't think it's that bad.
No,
like,
that's not bad.
Yeah. So
that's not bad at all.
Cool. Thank you. Yes, Steve approves.
Okay, so the kit came with, in one of the boxes, a 5-inch Mellow touchscreen with what looks like a long DSI cable. Now, the routing of that DSI cable, I'm not sure what the intended path is. Underneath the printer or...
Oh, so it goes straight to the Pi. Yeah, the Pi's DSI port. I was looking at the Super 8, and I'm like, I don't see it, and that's because it's not.
So this is the Ply LCD Gen 5-inch. So here's the display. It's got the DSI connector on the side. It's got 4 buttons on top, and looks like brightness, rotation, and something else.
It's a pretty nice looking.
Tape it to the bottom. Okay. A little bit of VHB tape to the bottom. It's probably a good idea. Yeah, that would work fine.
Is there instructions on this screen or no? Like mounting and stuff?
I don't know. Are there some?
I don't know. I was hoping that you were gonna have the answer. One second. Let me see if I can find.
I don't think
there's only 2 parts.
Top cover.
Is there only 2 parts
panel?
to this? Is there only 2 parts to the
and then there's the piece that bolts to the frame.
What does that piece look like? One that bolts to the frame. I want to see if I have it. I'm sure I do. I just don't. I mean, I imagine it's like a swivel system, so it's got to be kind of
looks like this.
Okay.
Do you have the case for that screen? We do. We do have the case for this screen. So this is the case. It's got the spots for the 4 buttons. And this guy, let's see. Maybe we'll go here. We got a peel to do, right? Are you gonna do a peel on yours? I'll give
I already peeled it. I peeled it a moment ago. You got the main camera, so I guess we could have double peeled. That would have been.
Oh, we could have.
We should have split peeled, dude. That would have been rad. But anyways, it might have broken the stream having that much peel in action. So we need to. Do we need to route? So oh no, the DSI cable goes through that port on the side.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. So this kind of squeezes into here.
Blue side up, like blue side facing towards you.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't gotten there. I'm putting the display in the front first.
Oh, gotcha.
And then this. What is it? I don't know. It's usually
Blue facing towards you, I thought.
Is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
but this is kind of awkward. At least on mine, it doesn't. We'll see.
Monkey. I did test mine. At least in my test yesterday, I don't have to do any trimming. I had reprinted this display housing as well, so.
Wait, trimming on
my
what?
buttons all work. Huh?
What trimming?
Oh, around the buttons. Nero had to
gotcha.
adjust his around here because when he put the display in the housing, it was pressing the buttons just sitting there.
Gotcha.
Also,
Okay.
don't
Yeah, I
forget to
checked mine
take
too.
the little covers off the screw holes. The little
Oh, I
amber.
usually just go straight through them.
You're a barbarian.
Aren't they?
Aren't they just little like? I always pictured
They're kind of thick. I wouldn't try to drive a
Are
screw
they?
through there.
Alrighty. I've been known to drive a screw through.
Yeah, mine all click okay, guys.
How did you get yours off with your thumb?
I just rubbed it from the side.
Oh, if you poke it with some tweezers and then pull up, it'll pop off. Ow! Make sure your thumb isn't right
Say that
next to
again.
it.
If you poke it with the tweezers.
God, yeah.
Okay, so you said blue side up. That makes sense.
Blue side, yeah. So it took a bit of a good. You kind of have to do a little finessing to get it in there, but it's not bad.
That should be.
It just.
Should be it.
Oh, so we need to run power to it as well? Yeah, I guess we. Or no? Is it a single?
Now, there's a hole here for this to come out, but it also comes straight out. So does this just kind of bend across, bend out, and just kind of hang out a little bit?
Wait, you didn't go through your. I went through the slot on the side of the case.
Goes from. Does it go from that side or that side?
No, other side.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's how I had it the first time. That goes there, and then that pushes down.
Yeah.
And then there's also a opening in the back of the panel here for the.
Not in mine. There isn't.
There isn't?
No, mine
Oh.
only has the side one.
Okay. So that should
We're not
go.
going to be using the power, right? That's on this. That's strictly power. Okay, yeah, power.
No,
from
it gets
DSI.
its own. It gets its
Yeah,
own power.
perfect.
It powers from the DSI cable. Yep.
Perfect.
You stabbed the bleedy bits.
Yeah, I think I'm. It's merely a flesh wound.
Merely a flesh wound. I think I'm gonna do a little loop on the outside and take it through this hole here, because that'll help strain relief this.
I can still loop it from.
You have slots in the thing though, right?
Yeah, the back of the mesh, right?
Yeah.
The mesh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I'll
I
do
think I'm
one.
just gonna. That's kind of ugly there, but it is what it is. How long of screws does this go on? They're not very big. Did they come with this display? Any screws come with the display?
No,
They did not. Are they M3s?
it looks like it.
Are they?
It looks like it. Let me see if I go to.
The hole is to access the clip, that connector. You slide the back clip left, insert the ribbon cable, and then return the back clip to tighten. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I did.
Steve.
Huh.
The screws are in the CAD.
Yeah, they're M3. I told you.
M3 by.
I told you they're
Wait,
M3s.
you told me. What do you mean? I told you twice. What are you going with? What are you doing lengthwise?
M3 by 6s will be fine.
Huh.
M3 by 6.
There we
I'm gonna go button heads. So
I
that'll
don't
be
have any left.
button heads or socket heads. It doesn't matter.
I don't have either. M36, M36. I got.
Okay,
flat
I'm not running
head.
it back through there. I decided not to.
So I should pull mine too.
I don't know. You can decide what you want to do.
Why'd you decide not to? I don't understand.
Because it was just this ribbon cable just kind of sticking out the side. I might as well just make it go like this and then tape it to the bottom of the. It seems like it might be a little better. They said that this hole here is to be able to access that lever, which is true. I can get to it now. So.
I don't have that, so I like the way I routed mine through the vent hole. I think it's nice.
Derek, thank you.
M38 button head. I do have. That's what I'm going with. Is a M38.
We have not done giveaway yet. Giveaway is in 38 minutes. As long as we hit 300 likes. I'm gonna hold the giveaway hostage. Not really, but if it gives me one more like, then it was worth saying.
Do you even want this giveaway to happen?
Actually, slide in the black clip left, insert the ribbon cable, and return.
What's happening?
Why is that not lining up? I'm out. It's a Sea of Evil. Thanks for being here. Why was that? Oh, that's doesn't quite line up, but I can make it so. Oh, I thought I could. Oh. These don't quite line up.
What, doesn't your screws?
Yeah, I finally got it, but the holes could be a little. I don't know if it's ABS shrinkage.
Dude, this is such a beefy. For being like 235, I'm like, yeah, it's a cute, like it's like a, you know,
It's,
like when you move it,
it's
you're like,
solid.
dude, yeah, it is 235, like like an aggressive 235. Okay.
Okay.
I've
Display is together.
Yeah, mine too.
All the buttons push. Oops. All the buttons push. Display is together. Then I guess we can mount it to the front, huh?
Yep. It mounts with the little notch thing downward, that centerpiece.
So
this looks like
piece?
Yeah, that facing downward. So flip it around, like, yeah, it needs to be down. And then it looks like M4s.
Yep.
So I'm gonna go
M4
with
with a
6s, or maybe 8s. Hammerhead. 4 8s. Yeah, I've got 3 hammerheads left, so this is perfect.
M4 8.
That's what I'm doing. Yeah. 6s look a little thin for the thickness of the clamp.
Okay. 10s would work too.
Okay.
I'm gonna go 10s because I have some M4 10 button heads.
Okay.
Which will look a little better. Hey Gentech, welcome.
Why don't I have that? Ah, I see.
Okay, let me get some of this stuff out of the way so I can get a better camera angle and flip this thing around and
40 more. 44 more.
44 more what? Oh, likes?
Yeah, likes
awesome.
needed. Yeah, so all your brothers, what do I say? Brothers, dads, sisters, grandma, neighbor, you know, babysitter, and say, hey, I know you guys don't know Steve or Daniel, but hey, I gotta go to their channel. And
so this is probably, which way does this go?
Down? Downward. I told you. You don't trust me. I looked at the CAD.
So, oh, it goes down like this. Down,
I'm
bottom.
I'm currently like super low to the ground. Yes, yeah, that's right.
Okay. Here, let me get a better look here. Charlie is not peeing right now. If anybody cares for the update, I'm looking at him, and that's not his peeing position. That's his just kind of laying there weird.
How does? I think you talked about this earlier, but how's the ribbon cable getting to the back, Steve? Is it just going underneath the bottom panel with like?
And then we can use some VHB to kind of tuck it out of the way.
VHB on it? I think I'm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or we can print some mounts. That's fine too.
Yeah. All right.
He squatted before. Yeah. Yep, the poor guy. Okay, so the length on this screw looks like it's going to be, we need an M4, probably an M430 would be fine.
You're talking about a long one that goes through the whole thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then what, a nut?
God,
yeah, there's a nut.
Damn it! Every freaking time I I have his water dish over here and I have it under the table.
Oh,
And I find a way to get my foot under the table. We don't have any M430s.
I have an M440.
I don't think I have any M440s even, but I have an M430 in my collection. Nope, 25. Darn it. Okay, it's an M440 and it sticks out.
Yeah.
I'm so frustrated. Every freaking time I set it underneath the table so I don't kick it. And I kick it. Oh, I think an M425 is actually going to work.
Okay. Do we have that in our kit?
I think so. Oh, let's see. No, it won't.
yeah.
Darn it. Come on. The problem is there's not enough. Here, sorry. I'm talking without actually being able to explain.
M440 is so long, it's ridiculous,
It is.
actually.
This mount here, it has a spot that's recessed for the bolt head. It's too small for a button head. Button head won't fit through there, so I need a socket head. I don't have a M4 socket head that'll fit there, so it's gonna get an M440 and stick out and be ugly.
Yeah, I don't have even the kit that I told you that I bought. Only, you said M420 doesn't work?
Well, I don't have anything that's a socket head anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't either. You don't think with enough oomph we can get this in there with a button head?
I think it'll split the printed part. I think you risk splitting the printed part.
Yeah, it's probably not worth it. Okay, well for now, temporary bolts will be the M440 then, and then we can.
Yep.
Yeah.
It'll stick about 20 millimeters out the wrong side of the thing.
I mean, the good news is that it's completely invisible, right?
So is the idea here? There's no way for this to tighten down. You got floppy screen? Is that our life now? Floppy screen life?
What do you mean there's no way to tighten it down, Steve?
That part is not designed to compress. And actually,
there's a gap, you're saying?
Yeah, there's a gap, and if you try to tighten it, it's going to crack the whole part.
Yeah, it's a pretty big gap. Like I'm looking
Yeah.
at it, I mean, it's a couple millimeters on both sides. It would take a lot of compression. So the only thing that I could think of would be to shim it, but it's how could you shim it? You can shim it with this angle.
Yeah, it's that tightened as far as I can tighten it. It's floppy screen. I don't know what we're supposed to do there, Vez. Let me know.
I'm going to
Use some washers. Yeah, that's not gonna. It's one of those situations where there's not enough room for a washer, but if you tighten it down enough for that to compress, it's going to crack the part. So we're gonna leave it right like that. I want to power this thing up.
Okay. I might compress mine and just sacrifice it and see what happens.
Oh yeah.
I'll be that guy. Just because, I mean, again, if it
tightens enough.
Yeah, let me.
The layer lines are not in your favor.
Did you put the nut in the pocket before you did this to make it easier?
I did.
Okay, well that's what I'm doing wrong. So I'm like, dude, I can't get my damn hand back here. One sec. Why are you not coming out? Okay. Nut in pocket.
Only 32 likes needed. That's awesome.
Check.
Half an hour, 32. We're right on pace. Those one like per minute.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not going to attach this to the bottom. I'm just running the ribbon cable
Loosely.
underneath.
Sure.
And we're going to get this thing hooked up and powered on. Because it needs to happen.
Okay, I
Go.
am in.
I've only had to replace my mount twice. Okay, is this blue to the outside or the inside? I always forget. I think it's outside. I think it's blue to the outside of the pie. There, just like that. And then this is gonna need some cleaning up, but that's okay.
Holy cow.
Huh.
Oh, I got it kind of, if you tighten it fully, like real tight, it still pivots kind of freely, but not that bad. Like I don't know, like
Yeah?
want to see it? Hold on. Yeah, I can
Here,
let's see.
I'll give you focus.
All right. So this is where we're at. So it's still like if I
Oh, okay. It didn't crack. I'm surprised.
didn't crack. I would like to do about 2 more turns, like 2 more ooga-doogas, and that might be the straw that broke the camel's back. But yeah, so far I have not managed to break it. So, but I mean, realistically, I think all I'm gonna do is take this part and probably reprint it and scale up that inner clip a couple of millimeters, or scale it. Yeah, I'm probably gonna make it a little
tighter.
Yeah, just a little tighter, because that's the smallest part and it won't be that difficult. But for right now, I'm just gonna leave it like this for the time being. But yeah, it's still not a real tight fit. But okay.
With the screen in place, can you still close the doors? I think there's cutouts for that.
Yeah, you too.
I need some water.
Okay, I'm going to run this cable underneath.
It sounds like Vez is gone. He didn't answer my question.
Yeah.
Okay, are we ready to power this on?
I'm almost ready. I don't know. I want you to help me, or I want you to tell me what direction you ended up powering or plugging in that cable. The
I think it's blue to the outside on the Pi side.
All right, cable sticking out here.
I just plugged the Pi SD card in.
Blue towards the outside. Blue towards the Pi, or yeah.
Blue towards the bottom of the printer.
Huh. Okay.
I think. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
This is my guess.
Yeah. That's fine. We'll figure it out soon. I guess it's not that big of a deal. Okay. Mine is in. Shoot. And then you plugged in your. Oh God! Hopefully, did I already plug them? Yeah, mine's already in. Sweet. Okay, let me turn this around so that way I can make sure that it doesn't smoke on me.
I'm getting a good angle for smoke.
Oh no! I lost a foot. Son of a gun, dude! Again.
Okay. If there's going to be smoke, you should be able to see it. Yeah, Charlie's in his loaf position. Yep. I'd guess blue away from the Pi board. That's what I guess too, Colin. Always remember with blue towards brown. I'm assuming contacts on the side closest to the Pi. Yeah, me too. Okay, I've got a very, not quite, almost not long enough power cable here, so I've got it plugged in. It'll be better when the printer's turned around, but for power on, it needs to be this way. 16 left. Awesome.
I am trying to put my foot back on, dude.
Trying to put your foot back on?
Uh-huh.
Need some longer screws there.
Bolts or something, yeah. Okay.
I'm not going to turn mine on until you're ready. We got to flip the switch at the same time.
Yeah. No, I agree. Well, I'm just moving the ribbon cable. Okay. Bam, that looks good. Get the camera in case I catch on fire. There we go. Okay, power cable. Let's make sure. Oh, got it set towards off. Cool.
Split screen it. I don't have a way. We don't have a scene that will split screen this, unfortunately. Yep. You'll see it in the inset. If you want to put your inset view to yours when you power it on.
You mean like that?
Yeah, that's perfect. Then at least we see them both. This is the best we can get to split screen.
I'm ready, dude.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, on.
Oh my
Holy
god. Oh my god.
That is really loud.
That is so loud.
Um,
CPAP,
I just unplugged the CPAP. I just unplugged power.
Where is the CPAP power?
Remember we took it to the heater outputs?
That's right. Okay, so you just unplugged that one?
Yeah.
Did you turn yours off? And then
I just
unplug
unplugged it. No, I just unplugged it.
Oh.
I didn't want to power off the printer because the Pi's booting up for the first time.
Let me find my. That is insane. All right, hold on.
Why is there a blue? You have a blue light on yours?
I have blue lights, yeah.
Where, blue lights? Where?
On my main board?
Yeah.
Yours doesn't have blue lights?
Mine are all green.
That's weird. Is that bad?
Yeah, only 3-stepper fan wires fans are running. Okay. It's possible that I don't have that one plugged in well enough.
Dude, the CPAP is so loud.
The CPAP is so loud.
Oh, it like screams, dude.
Loosening terminals when power is on is a faster way to get a new board. It was power. I took a chance. I agree. It's not the greatest idea, but I didn't want to crash the Pi. So I'm not getting anything on the display. Are you getting anything on your display?
I haven't looked.
Okay.
No, display's blank. So we probably have it plugged in.
Something's backwards. I bet you it's the other side. I think it's the display side.
Wait, you think it's not the Pi side?
I think it's the display side. I'm pretty sure it's blue to the outside on the Pi. Told you it'd be loud. The encoder on the back works as a hard limiter. You can tone it down. Well, we unplugged the encoder.
Wait, can you not adjust it through the firmware then?
We should be able to adjust it through the firmware. It's just when we power up the printer, it's probably going to start very loud every time you power it up.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. And someone's saying it might not initialize until the second boot. So let's see if we got anything. Let's see if this thing has shown up. Let's go.
Check on your network. My heart.
There we are. I've got main cell communication.
All right, let's see if I do.
It says blue stripe towards the Ethernet port. Really? I always get that wrong. Yeah, I know a fan's not working here. I think it's the fan plug isn't plugged in all the way. That was really hard to get to. So I don't think it's plugged in all the way.
I don't think mine's on the network. It's weird. Yeah, I don't see it on the network. I should be able to see if it's on the network from the screen, right? If the screen was plugged in correctly, it would show me.
Yeah, if it was plugged in correctly. Someone's saying blue stripe towards the Ethernet port. I'm gonna shut down.
I think I'm just going to kill power. I don't have any other.
Yeah.
I don't see it on the network, so.
I'll power on the CPAP with noise cancellation off on the next power up.
It's loud. Yeah, I'm gonna kill it and flip it and see what happens.
Yeah.
I don't know if I did something wrong with my credentials. It's possible. I guess I could have typed them in incorrectly.
We know we need to define the CPAP pin in the printer config. We're getting there. We got to go through all of the checks. I'm gonna plug this back in while it's off. While it's off, everybody. But I'm gonna unplug it when it's on, because.
Okay, blue stripe towards Ethernet. I'm flipping mine back on. If it doesn't show up on the internet, I'm probably gonna have to reflash the image.
It's always blue to brown on the Pi side. Okay. Okay, are we ready for... Here,
Wait, we had it wrong on the Pi side, I thought.
blue towards the top. Blue up.
Cool. Yeah, so I did do that right.
Be. I'm gonna turn off noise canceling real quick.
Okay.
And I'm gonna turn this thing on. So anybody who has headphones, just a warning. So noise filtering is off now, and I'm about to turn this on. So this is your last warning. Someone else is saying it should be blue towards the outside. Just checked it on my Pi. Why can't that be easier? Okay, I'm turning this on. Headset
my
warning.
Screen's still not showing up.
It's waking Charlie up. Yeah, that is loud. So now I'm going to unplug it. Isn't that a
Someone's asking
difference?
if I added Wi-Fi credentials off screen. Yeah, I added them off screen. I had changed it to like my front view when I was doing that.
Huh?
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab a second micro SD card and get to flashing right now and see if that does it. I don't know if again it's just an internet thing, like I didn't do my credentials right because I did it so quickly, or what the deal is, but it's not showing up on my network.
Okay.
So, which is unfortunate.
That's okay. I'm gonna play around
my
with
screen.
that. I'm gonna troubleshoot the screen while you do that.
Yeah,
and then you can follow.
Yep. So I flipped the cable and on the screen still not showing anything.
That thing is loud.
Okay.
I don't think you get the pressure that you need, Timo. Okay, so let me power this off. Now, can I get anybody have confirmation? Because that's one of my problems here. I can't just go look at one of my other printers that I have this working on, which I normally would. The ribbon cable on these is always weird.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi credentials looks perfectly fine.
Looks fine, and it's not showing up.
Yeah, like I'm looking at what it was set at when I'm about to reflash it, and I haven't changed anything yet, and it's correct. So, enable SSH, yes, username. Hidden asset, no, it's not hidden.
Blue to the slider bit of the port. Might want to put that machine on a lazy Susan. Blue to the slider bit of the port. That's what it is right now. So I'm gonna flip the display side now.
It's weird that your LEDs are different too. You have a different board version than me?
It maybe.
It's bizarre.
It is. Okay, so now this, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to plug that back in. Oh, maybe. Okay. So theoretically, that should be correct. So let's do this. And that glare is wrong, so let's try that. Now, let's get it plugged in. That is not with the muffler. We have not installed the muffler. We made a decision not to.
Yeah, I want to see how wild it is without, and it's wild. Wait, okay, so Raspberry Pi.local is pulling up mainsail.
Huh? Oh, now it works. The display works. So it's the display side that needed reversed.
Okay. Did you just do Raspberry Pi.local to get on yours?
I changed my name. I made it VZBot.
.local?
.local, yeah.
Gotcha. So yeah, I don't know if this is it or not, then it's probably not right. Damn, I should have done that too.
All of mine have the blue stripe facing the Ethernet port, and on the display the blue stripe faces the circuit board. Well, blue stripe is facing the circuit board on the display, Blue stripe is away from the Ethernet port on the Pi in this working configuration right now. That is on.
Oh, sick. I think, is this the right, is this the board? I got something on the network. Printer, crow's nest, mainsail, read only, copyright, Clipper. I think this is it, dude. I just saw something. I was expecting to see mainsail OS on my network, but it showed up as Raspberry Pi on my network.
Oh, okay.
Which is weird. So it probably was there the entire time, but I used to. I'm almost positive when I flashed it previously, it always showed up as mainsail on the network, and so that's what I was looking for. So I think I've got it. The let me shut it down and see if I see the Pi.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate the gifted memberships. How are we doing? Are we there? We're at 13 minutes away. Are we closing in on 300 likes?
Okay, so I'm gonna do the screen, Steve, so that way I'm at where you're at. I know I need to flip it on the screen side, but on the Pi side, am I blue towards Ethernet or blue towards outside?
Blue towards outside.
Okay, so the way we originally had it.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the screen side needs to get flipped, is what you're saying. And did you have to undo that long bolt to do that?
291. Awesome. I did undo the long bolt to do that. Okay. Yeah, I can't. I don't trust that to tighten down enough. And someone's reminding me that I didn't plug my Z stepper back in, and I appreciate that because I didn't notice that. I will fix that.
Oh, blue towards outside. Why are you not going in the slot, guy?
So Zarp, one of the quirks about Bluetooth, or about YouTube, I don't know why I said Bluetooth, that was weird. One of the quirks about YouTube memberships is that branded accounts can't receive a gifted membership. And then also all other accounts need to, there's a setting to agree to receive memberships or gifts, membership gifts. So if you look up branded accounts and see if yours is that may be why, and then you have to allow it in your profile.
Which is weird. Like, why? I don't understand.
The number is great
really...
as lag reporters for everyone. This is true. Okay, it is powered up. That is awesome.
All right, I'm cheating.
Is it moving yet? Hey, Max. It is powered up. You rewind, go back about 5 to 10 minutes, and you can hear how loud this CPAP fan is.
It's aggressive. It is.
Oh, did I turn
aggressive.
I didn't turn the noise canceling back on. So let me do that real quick. There we go. Okay, it's back. 2 more likes before Steve makes it move. Well, I need to shut it down right now because I need to plug in that Z stepper. Shut down. When you get a chance, Daniel, you want to say something in chat? It's dropped you off of being able to be tagged.
Yeah, let me get the screen back in,
No,
and then I'll do that. Yeah.
No worries. No hurry. Are you going to add the muffler? Absolutely, 100%. The muffler
after
is
hearing
being
that,
added.
there's no doubt. We had no, we had no idea what this what the volume was going to be like. And now that I've heard it, yes. Anything I can do to make that less ear piercing, yes. The answer is yes.
I'm gonna leave that unplugged until we get the configuration going. So while you're working on that, I'm gonna go over at the VZBot GitHub here in the firmware folder. We're at 300 and we have 9 minutes. Awesome. So this is where I am. I'm amazed that I'm hitting 300 as well, Dr. Dave. This is just fun at this point. I'm not commenting on needing a muffler on your printer. This CPAP fan is loud, but it it would blow. It almost blow the part off the print bed from what I felt here.
Yeah, it's gonna. We won't be worried about cooling with that and the side fans. We are not gonna be. Yes.
So this printer config, I'm gonna open this and I'm gonna download it. So we're gonna save this into.
God, I'm worried about damaging this cable, man.
And do I have? Here we are. Save this here, but we're gonna save it just as printer config. So I'm gonna rename this right as I'm saving it. There we go.
Okay, I'm not gonna plug my screen or anything back in until I boot it and make sure it's working. Cause, all right,
It was blocked because this file.
All right.
Keep. Okay.
All right, I typed here in chat, so that way I should be taggable.
There you are.
I just want to see.
Okay.
I want to see if.
Modbot Army should be taggable again.
Want to see if the screen's. There we go. Cool. Screen is working.
We're good. Screen's working.
Yes. I still need to tighten everything up. I left it completely open because I wanted to verify that before I sealed it. But yeah, I've got terminal or console on the Pi.
You're sure not sleeping next to it running like that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna power mine back up. And we can get the config copied over.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go here. Let this start up. We need to configure the firmware for the board too.
Your CPAP's unplugged right now, right?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. I want to be able to think.
Oh my, you're not gonna, dude. I just closed up the back panel on my screen and I heard rattling and I left a T-nut inside of the screen housing. Dude, I'm leaving it for right this second, man. I'm gonna come back to it. It's not meant to be.
Okay.
Screen's working. That's what counts.
So
I'll
this is
worry about the
up.
details.
We can go to machine. Nothing's gonna happen yet here. We need to get firmware on the controller.
Someone's asking, why is mine blue? I don't know. I have no idea. The kits came from the same place and roughly the same time. So I don't know if they switched up LEDs at some point, but they're both Super 8 Pros as far as we're aware with the same components. So yeah, I couldn't tell you why mine's blue. You have no blue lights on yours at all. Anywhere, Steve?
No, they're all green.
Yeah,
Maybe it's your camera. Your camera's colorblind.
I'm not. I'm looking at it. Yeah, it's blue in the center and blue down below. So I don't know.
Yeah. Let's look at this file. This is the printer. Here's our MCU. We're gonna have to put our thing here.
Where did you find that?
Huh?
Where did you find that file? Under firmware setup?
In the GitHub, in the VZBot 235 GitHub.
Gotcha. VZBot 235 firmware 235 all-wheel drive printer.cfg.
Yes.
Cool.
Yep. And then we've got this is the Mellow GitHub IO documentation page for the Super 8 Pro. So we're going to go to the clipper and we're going to go clipper with USB.
Huh, that's weird.
And we're just going to use clipper on USB, not CAN boot for now. Just keeping it simple. So this is the specific instructions we're going to follow.
Enter.cfg create.
Do you know of any high CFM blower fans that are silent? Not specifically offhand. Renovik. Wata. We've got 4 more minutes till giveaway time.
So I just copied over.
And Charlie treat time. 2 Charlie treats today.
Are you gonna?
I still use putty. Do you just do it through shell when you're SSHing?
I do.
I don't know what the command is or how to do it on Windows without doing PuTTY. Is it? Yeah,
I
use Mac.
I'll walk through it.
Okay, cool.
I'm trying to figure out. We've got 4 minutes, so let's open up a command window, right?
Yep.
Let's at least get this started, huh?
Is it just regular terminal?
Yeah, just a command prompt, just a regular command prompt, and then SSH pi at, and then your host name.
Oh, so it's the exact same command as what I use on Mac then.
Yeah.
And the username is only pi because, again, in this instance, it's a pi. But like, if it was something else, it would be whatever the username is. Gotcha. So I changed mine. My username is.
It'll ask to, for the fingerprint. Say yes, and then yes, I want to continue, and then the password.
Yeah. So it's the exact same as now as what is on Mac. So that's good to know.
Am I ready for ERF? Not really. I need to finish my drag racer if I can possibly get it done. I'm not 100% certain I'll be able to get it done, though.
Sick. That's awesome. Yes! That's good to know, dude. No wonder. I should have been doing that a long time ago. For some reason, I thought there was going to be some additional commands that you had to do, but it's quite literally the exact same setup as opening terminal on a Mac now and how I've always done it. So now that's really nice. It's been the same command since Unix. Dude, I didn't know that, okay? I've been using PuTTY for like 2 years now, and every time I make a video on Windows and I SSH into something using PuTTY, I always get a handful of comments saying, you know that ever since Windows 10, you don't have to do that. I'm like, I didn't, you know, potato, man.
You know what I'd like to do? A very minor detour. I want to, only because it's going to take a little bit of time, I want to go to Clipper Screen and get Clipper Screen installing while we just do the giveaway.
I'd rather install Kaya.
I don't like that at all. You're welcome to do it. I'm not a fan. I like the manual processes. That's just me. It's not that I think everybody should not be a fan. I'm just not a fan. I like going through the individual pieces and installing them.
Okay, I'll do Kaya. I'll let you do that way.
Here
I pretty much run it on
here
everything.
is the instructions for Clipper Screen, and I am going to do Clipper Screen installation. So I'm going to copy this command. And paste it by right-clicking.
Is it installing Git?
Yeah, it's just cloning the and then CD Clipper Screen. If you start typing something and hit tab, it'll complete it. And then run the script. And this is what I wanted to get going because this script can take a little bit of time. So I'm gonna get this script going. Oops. Copy, and then we can run the giveaway while it's doing its little script to install.
Okay.
So
is there a VZ theme? I think there is.
A what?
A VZ theme for Clipper Screen? I'm almost positive there is.
I've seen it on Vez's display. We'll have to go looking, see if we can find it.
Yeah, if they have it, I'm definitely going to install it on this guy.
Okay, it is giveaway time. It is 1 o'clock. So your last chance, link is in the pinned post and in the description. That's weird. You can copy and paste that whole box. Yeah, I never feel comfortable with that. I haven't actually tried that. I get it. It'll run them all in sequence. Okay,
oh,
giveaway
really?
time.
All the commands?
Apparently.
Huh, I didn't know that.
Giveaway time. Let me bring up Wheel of Names. And interesting. I guess we don't get it. Mine reset too. Yours reset on Wednesday?
Yeah.
Yeah, mine reset too.
I have no idea why, like what triggered it or anything.
I'm not gonna deal. Okay. Description, pin post. I am going to close the the entry form when I have not had a response in 3 Steve build seconds. So in 3, 2.5, 2, 1.5, 1, half. Is this the first time I'm not gonna have to restart on my counting?
I'll enter for you, Steve.
Oh, there
Just
we
give me a
go.
minute.
I finally got one. I finally got one. So I made one person happy getting in there before the end. So 3, 2, 1, and 3, 2, 1, and 3, 2, 1, and done. Okay.
What's the total count on entries?
356.
Nice.
Which is pretty good. We're getting a
Yeah.
peak of around 300 people, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Where's the Charlie eye? I know it. You know what? I can probably customize appearance. Wheel background. Upload an image. It's gonna be here. There we go. That was quick enough. There we go. Okay, all fixed. It's all well. It's all right in the world. Okay, let me export this. Now it's a real draw. You're right. I shouldn't have even thought of not doing this. First time on a live stream, I watched almost all your switchwire and ender to switchwire conversion stream. Thanks to you, I could build mine without any problem. Awesome. Thanks, Leandro. And thanks for being here. What?
Max's comment.
What did he say?
Look in chat.
When the LSD kicks in? Okay, Colin, you were entry number 1. Who got in at the last very second? I have to look past the stupid printer here. Don't like that. Thomas, you were the last one. There we go. Okay, let's paste these in and get this done.
The nice thing about this black frame is that the couple scratch marks I got, you can't tell if I put a little Sharpie on it.
Can't tell.
Sharpie in it, man.
To paste. It's taking a good while. There we go. We got our entries. Okay, what's our range here, Daniel?
Ooh, 16 to 35.
16 to 35. What's the significance of that?
None. It's just
None.
the first two numbers that popped into my head right now.
16 to 35.
Yep.
16 to 35 spins. What do we got? What do we got? What are we seeing most of?
See a lot of 16, 16.9, 16.9, of course.
16.35. 28, 27. I saw a lot of 27s.
There's a 51 in there.
Oh, well, there's always a 42 and
that's
69 and
I'd say 23, man.
23?
Muse,
Okay.
Muse is kind of going slower with that 23. I think 23 is the number.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Spin! Who do we got? Who is going to be the lucky winner of a roll of Polymaker filament? Dave B.
Dave B.
Congratulations, Dave B. You must say something in chat within the next 2 minutes. Are you here? Tag me. Someone will see it. Congratulations. If you are in the US and Canada, you get you will get an email from me with a form to fill out. The result of that form, if you're in the US and Canada, you'll get a couple of coupons. One to the Polymaker, well, it's $35 to the Polymaker store, and the other one that gives you free shipping. Dave B, thank you. You are here. If you're outside the US and Canada, then you will get a list of filament to be able to choose from to have a roll sent to you. So let me get your name recorded. And
I still can't believe how loud that CPAP is, Steve.
I know.
God.
It's a different kind of loud, man. The pitch that it hits.
Congratulations, Dave. You will get an email from me sometime in the next few days. Let me unpin this message and delete it from the description. If I don't do that now, I'll forget. So congratulations. And we are on to quick Charlie treat time, and then back to
config.
Back to config. Okay, the form is working now. Dave's here, man. Dave is here. Awesome. Okay, over here and here. Let's see, did that all finish? It looks like, yep, it is installed and it is working. You can see it, it's up. The printer's just not working yet because we haven't finished the setup. What fan is it using? What fan? What do you mean?
All the fans. All the fans.
All the fans. This has all the
using
fans. That's
every
true.
fan. The honestly, the stepper 5160 fans aren't as loud as I had potentially anticipated.
Yeah, only
like they definitely make.
3 of mine are running, but they are not loud. You're right.
Yeah, compared to what like they could have been, and I think that once they put the acrylic panel, well, it might amplify it, I guess, the acrylic panel, but yeah, it's not that bad. Compared to the CPAP, this machine's quiet.
I think I'm taking the advice earlier, just making sure. I know it's nice to see Charlie jump up and run, but I want to make sure he can move well enough. Okay, we are going to do treat time now because he is having trouble with his legs. He didn't move properly earlier today. Okay, here we go. Yep, he's doing good. Okay. Time for Charlie treat time. We even get some meows this time. The baffle will help considerably. I'm counting on it. You got 2 for 1 there, Charlie. Okay, and there. Oh, you didn't see it. Right there. There you go. And 1 more. Did you see that one? I don't think so. Poor blind Charlie. Okay. You never hear the meows? Next time I'll turn off sound canceling for that.
Oh, I get to hear the meows because I get to hear it before the canceling hits.
Yep.
That's why I was like, yeah, I hear he meows every time when he's doing his little shark attack circles. Shark in the water
shark
circles.
attack.
Yeah. He goes, meow. It's pretty. Or next time I can fill in for Charlie and let out a couple meows while he's circling. All right. My clipper screen is still not showing, but mine's still installing, unpacking. And also, I didn't start for probably another 2 minutes after yours. So.
Okay.
My socket had my button head did go all the way into the hole.
Okay. The attack of the under extruded or over extruded parts again then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, mine did go in, but the nut is like right outside of the pocket now, so I need to hold it in place with some like pliers, and I'm not gonna do it right now. I'm just gonna leave it where it's at. So as long as I get clipper screen visible on there, then I'm ready to move forward, and I'll worry about mounting the screen later on.
Probably put just a little rubber foot on the bottom here and just let it sit there.
Mm-hmm.
Is Vez back?
Yeah. I don't think so.
Someone was tagged them. Did they actually tag? Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. How is yours? Is it still? Oh, you have a Pi 3 as well, huh?
That's what's doing it. I bet you.
Pi 4.
I bet you that's why it's taking. Someone told me like, oh, dude, you got a Pi 3. Like I feel like all the noses raised in the room. I'm like, dude, it's hard to get Pis. I'm thankful I got my Pi 3, man. Everyone's over here with their Pi 4 8GB. I'm like, geez, man.
Colin, a big part of the noise is a corrugated tube creating turbulence in the airstream, which is good for people breathing, but noisy AF for this use due to no humidifier to dampen it. Okay.
Yeah, it's very,
Makes sense.
very whiny.
Pi 3 is plenty for the printer. Yes. It just takes longer to install Clipper screen.
Yeah, right now I've got unpacking.
Unpacking? Where is that?
Yeah.
In the...
Preparing and unpacking. It already went through a huge chunk
Collecting?
of it. Yeah, I'm at lib.
Oh,
X
you're still on
DMCP.
unpacking.
What do you mean still on unpacking? It already went through like the full.
That's way up the list.
You sure?
Yeah. Here, I'll show you. So if it's done here, and I scroll up, I'm scrolling up. There's unpacking and preparing.
That's not way up, dude. That's not way up. Come on, man. I've at least traversed like twice that amount to get to where I'm at right now.
How much? But look how much preparing and unpacking there is.
Oh, great. Now my terminal went blank.
Oh,
no,
really?
there we go. We're back. No,
Okay.
no, we're good. We're good. I scrolled too far. Where's Python 3 pigments or pigments in your unpacking? Scroll up. Let me see how far down. I'm just curious. I'm getting close. Pigments. PYG. Python 3 pigments.
I'm not seeing it.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Well, we'll just sit here and twiddle our thumbs. It's okay.
Oh. You got the instructions? Or are you just going to use the instructions in the IO
Yes.
place for how to flash
Yes.
it? Okay.
So here is where we're gonna go.
Yep. CD clipper, make clean,
And-
make menu config. And then there's the settings. And then do we have to name it something special for the micro SD card if that's the route we're going? Or are you gonna try to flash it via USB?
No, I'll do the SD card.
Okay.
How am I gonna do that?
Yeah, that was why I was asking, because you're a moment
No,
ago,
I can grab it on the other computer. It's on the
Okay.
network. Oh, did you use Kio to install it?
What?
Did you use
Kaya
the
or whatever?
Kaya? Kio?
Yeah.
How do you say that?
Kaya.
Is it Kaya?
That's how I've always
Kaya.
heard it's called.
Okay.
Yeah, Kaya. K-I-A-U-H, Kaya. Yeah, I did. So I'm just gonna go. I mean, it'll be the same thing, but I'll go through build instead of the make menu config command.
Is it done yet?
We're at, we're at processing, Steve. We're processing. That means we should be at the next section. I think that once it, I think it's
Kaya.
just the,
Okay.
yeah,
Kia or Kaya?
Kia. Not like the car. It's Kaya.
That's Kaya.
Stop cheaping out on micro SD cards. I know, Phil. I know. I need to order some good ones. Did Daniel do? Oh, Kaya may install
Kia
different
Wua.
packages.
It's Kia Wua.
But you'll pull different packages to the manual install.
Okay.
All right. Right now it's 2:15 my time. By 2:17 in 2 minutes,
It's gonna
the
be done.
clipper screen. No. If it's not done, I need you to continue forward. I will catch up. I'm
You will catch
fine
up.
with-
You will catch up.
Yeah, I will absolutely catch
So
up.
here's we are going to continue forward then. So we're going to go through our normal.
Can you post that though, Steve? Before you do, just post the link to that in the chat so I can grab it.
You did. You just didn't grab it before.
I didn't say you didn't. I didn't say you didn't. I just said you didn't.
There you
know.
go.
Awesome. Thank you.
I'd always like the meow a cat makes. Meow. Meow.
Yeah. I've always said wait, what? Kaya? Now I don't even know what I was calling it. Kaya, right?
Kaya.
Yeah. Yeah. Got me all mixed
Okay.
up.
Make, clean. Make menu config. Okay, we need the extra low level. Here, I'm going to scroll that over there. Okay, now I think we can see. We should ask Kyle how you're supposed to pronounce it. No kidding.
Wait, is Kyle is a H? Is he the one that created it?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, but
like...
he's got a funky, weird K name too.
Oh.
Okay, microcontroller is STM32, and the processor is the 723. Do we know that that's what we have?
I can tell you it's on mine, but I've got different LEDs. Who's to say we got the same processors, man?
Yeah, no kidding.
I got an
And
STM32.
Bootloader offset 128. Wow. Okay, that's the default there. And a 25.
What's your STM on yours?
Huh?
What's the model number on yours on your chips?
It's way over there.
When's a ZGT6?
See if I can turn this around to see. Hold on. Huh? Oh, yeah, it's a 723 ZGT6. Yeah.
Yeah, same as mine.
Okay.
You would think they wouldn't change core components like that without changing version numbers or something.
You've been in this segment long?
I have. During the shortages, they were just like throwing whatever chips they could on the boards. And they're like, Clipper's like, you bought it for Clipper, and they like, you know, Clipper's gonna have this working in like 3 months' time. Like, sick.
So the rest of these options are good. So let's quit and save. And then we're gonna.
It was the GDs, right? The GDs were the ones that were coming out during COVID, right? Like the clone ones.
The what?
They were like GD32s.
Oh, the G0?
Yeah.
Or whatever?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this is going to do this. What's the command? Somebody in chat paste the command to copy this over to the config folder. I always forget the exact paths for those.
You tell me you don't have to FTP? I'm always FTP.
Huh? You don't have to. You don't have to. Someone in chat will paste the command. You can copy it from this location to where mainsail and fluid store the config files.
Yeah.
And then, so it's CP and then clipper.bin to, I just don't ever remember where that is.
So it says Clipper screen's installed, yet I don't have Clipper screen showing up on my screen. So I wonder if I need to
restart the service.
Okay. I wonder if I should just reboot. I'm going to move forward with installing. Yeah, I'm going to move forward with installing. So let's go build. We are going to advanced. We are going to build.
I don't think that's the actual locations there, Pedro. Home Pi Clipper out. Is that where it is? No, that's where it's at right now. But where's the config folder? We're in the out folder right now, but where's the config folder at? So we should go cp out / clipper.bin to Windows has SCP now. SCP Pi address. Okay. Is it just 25. Clipper config?
It's USB.
That should do it. Cannot create regular file. Why didn't that work? What did I do wrong?
Flash USB firmware.
Copying the VIN works for Raspberry Pi. No, I'm not copying. Okay, never mind. I'm going to use WinSCP because folks don't actually understand what I'm trying to do.
Wait, is chat? I think chat froze for me. Hold on. Oh, yeah. No, it definitely did.
Chat froze for you?
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like no one had typed in chat in like 8 minutes. I was like, huh, real quiet crowd today.
So when
and then you
SCP,
responded.
we can create a, what is it? A new site, and VZBot.local. Yeah, I'm not getting solid confident answers. So WinSCP is the definite easier way to do this. So home, oops, pi, clipper, out. So clipper.bin, we're going to copy. Now the problem is I'm not going to actually do that here. Printer data,
but you're not going to just...
firmware bin. Yeah, that's fine. I need to do it on the other computer because I don't have an SD card reader on this.
Gotcha.
So this is what you would do. Copy this to somewhere locally.
Do we need to rename it? Do you have any idea for Mellow boards?
Yeah, firmware.bin is what it's going to end up being.
It's the same as
let me grab the thing from. Let me grab the thing from over here, even though my laptop over here is being really weird.
I think it's my micro SD card, like what Phil said a minute ago. Because this isn't the one I was originally going to use. This is a backup one that's crap and no name. So I think that's also probably got brutally slow read-write speeds on top of the Pi 3 already being slower.
Grab another one of these. Little small SD cards.
You don't have SD card readers at all, Steve?
Like, I can't find mine. I can't find it.
I'm gonna order you a 10-pack of like mediocre 3.0 ones, just so you can just like with magnets, so you can just slap onto different things.
I know I have it around here. It's just at a certain point.
Yeah. All right, I'm on the final stage. It's linking out, so I should be able to download in a sec.
Okay, that's done. Use the board itself. Okay, so let's confirm. Copy. Where is the? Well, that's fun. Oh, this actually says to flash clipper USB firmware with catapult over USB.
Yeah, I read that too.
I didn't read ahead, so can we actually do this and not have to use the SD card?
Vez made it sound like it was best to use the SD card. I don't know why.
Have a look on the back of your screen, Steve. Oh, I know. It's possible. I'd have to look on the other computer though. Let's try this. Why don't we try this?
I'm so confused.
Oh.
I don't have.
No, that won't work. Yeah, this won't work. We need the ID first, and it doesn't have an ID. It's if it already has Clipper, then we'll have an ID and we could use this, but it doesn't have. Unless it does. Let's see.
Like from factory, you think?
Yeah. Let's see. ls/dev serial/by. Oh,
hey,
it does.
there it is.
But it's rep firmware.
It's rep. Huh.
I mean, that's just what it's listed as.
I am going to drag clipper.bin to my desktop, and I'm going to name it firmware.bin. I'm going to put on a micro SD card, Steve, and I'm going to plug it in.
That's what I'm doing.
That is what I'm going to do. I'm keeping it simple, dude.
So I guess we could probably use this ID, but I'm going to use the SD card as well. So let's go here and close that and shut this down. We need to make this thing move today.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, let's see. Micro SD card is plugged in. Let's see if it shows up in a
Power
sec
this
here.
off. Little beep. I gotta put a piece of tape over that. The last Mellow board I did that too, and it was really shocking when it does it. See you, Andres. Okay, so I've just plugged the firmware.bin SD card in. I'm gonna power it on.
Have we tried SSDs? I have not. I have
I haven't.
like 200. I have like a 250 or 120 that's been sitting here for the last year and a half since we moved in here, doing nothing. I should absolutely pick the printer that this is going into and just do it. So you're like the second or third person to tell me that. So I very well will end up putting the SSD in one of these printers at some point. Because again, for a printer that I'm keeping long term, like one of the Vorons or this VZ, I've got nothing to lose by doing that. Okay.
Hey, Jen, thank you. Great build. You guys are good alone, but the best together. That's good to hear. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, let me try again and bring our terminal back up and reconnect.
What is happening?
And ls/dev/serial/by ID. Now we got it. The fact that name changed, that serial ID changed, tells me that it flashed it from the SD card I just did.
Oh, you already did it? Damn, Steve. Well, I'm having issues with my USB port. I think that the front case USB, whatever, I think it died on me. So I'm running around right now to the back of the computer to do this. But I think that my issue is that these ports are bad, so it's not popping up anything. Let's see if that does it. There we go. Yeah, the instant. Wait, no, my.
So I'm going to grab this, and we're going to copy this. And I'm going to slowly, so Daniel can catch up, go back to the config file, the printer config. We're going to paste this in right here.
I feel like my computer's locking up on me. What is happening?
Pi 5 needs to have an NVMe slot. Still not reading?
Going on? No, I'm trying.
Just take the card out of the Pi in.
I had another reader a second ago, and I just moved it when we were talking. It has a different micro SD card, and I wanted to try that, but now I don't freaking see the thing.
My TAP R2 belt catch cracked, so I'm getting a replacement printed, but it's an R8. Is there anything apart from the M3x50s that might be needed? Aside from just general like M3x6 button heads, extras of those, I think they're pretty much the same.
Okay, I'm plugging this in. I'm not gonna even walk around. I'm just gonna lean my head over, and when I see it say USB, I'll know that we're good. Can you see my head? Yeah, you can.
Barely.
Okay, so this flash drive doesn't appear to be doing anything, or this micro SD card. So let's try this one. It's crazy that the micro SD card is my biggest holdup with this whole freaking build, man. It's just getting the stupid thing there.
The other thing I'm gonna do in here is there's some includes at the top of the page that are just gonna cause errors right now, and I'm going to turn those off. So it's include time lapse, exclude object, start, stop, macro, and speed. Things that aren't required for the printer to work, I'm commenting those out so that hopefully we can at least get it started up and everything recognized.
I'm almost tempted to email myself the firmware file and plug this into my Mac, dude.
Do it.
It would be
quicker.
instant. I use my Mac every day. Like this is all right, let me do it real quick. Hold on, man.
I don't want to hit save and restart until you're caught up.
Oh, yeah, I don't want you to either. Okay, let's go. Email, subject, blah, 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 blah.
So right now, Stephen, the problem is we're having SD card reader problems. Both of us are. I can't find mine, and his isn't working.
Yes. Okay, so that's copied over.
We're having non-printer problems right now.
Printers are being great, which is how you know that something's up. All right.
I'm gonna eat a couple of things and hope it's not too crunchy.
Yeah, okay, so we're good on that side. Go over to this computer. Plug in my SD card. Dude, plug it right in and it boots instantly up on here.
Comes right up.
Yeah, I think it's formatted weird. Like it's formatted, let's say if I go to disk utility on this computer, boot FS. So this is formatted, no, FAT32, that's not weird. So I'm just gonna delete, I'm gonna do a quick format on it. Erase FAT32, yes. Erase process is done. Cool, all right, so let me download. Oh no, I lost you for a sec. My damn AirPod died.
AirPod died time?
Firmware.bin, desktop, yes.
Okay.
Desktop, firmware.bin, where are you?
External.
There we go, firmware.bin. Perfect. Okay.
Okay.
Let me plug in my AirPod. The other one.
You can't hear me yet, huh? You can't hear me yet.
Let me know when you can hear me again.
I've been able to hear you. You're the one that can't hear me. Can you hear me? Is it working yet?
Still don't. Yeah, it's weird.
I'm sure this is riveting.
Oh, what is happening?
This is. Can you hear me? He can't hear me. Does he know he can't hear me?
Connect.
Oh, he's messing with Bluetooth.
Hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, so I've got SD card plugged in. I'm flashing this, and I'm hoping that I am able to grab my ID. So
cool.
Let's see.
Do you want you want to see your screen or?
Yeah, we can do that. 1 second. Let me move you. Move you. Yeah, sure. Desktop. Cool.
Okay. So you can bring up your terminal and do the same thing.
Yep. SSH. Oops. SSH. And then I changed my username and ID, so it's Modbot. Oh, come on. What's happening? Modbot at 192.168.160.189. Bam.
So any of you folks that happen to be in my area, I know there's a few of you out there, I just found out that they're bringing back the Rockland Maker Faire. So at this point, I'm going to be spending 3 of my 4 weekends in October at Maker Fairs.
I think it's booting.
So... Is anybody else familiar with the Rockland area? Apparently they haven't had a Maker Faire there since 2017. So it's at Sierra College. It's the Saturday the 7th. And it's only 10 to 2. So I'm gonna go out there and hang out and check it out. I'm an hour away from Rockland, so that'll be good to go to. Awesome. So Beautiful. If you happen to be around, keep an eye out for me. I'm going to go out there. I'll probably be out there the whole time, just kind of checking out what's going on and what there is. And then, so that's the 7th will be Rockland Maker Faire. And then the 14th is going to be, I'm not going to present there, Dr. Dave. I'm not presenting at the Rockland Maker Faire. I'm just going to go attend. The 14th, I'm going to go check out Mare Island Maker Faire, so Bay Area Maker Faire. I'm going to be out there just for that Saturday, the 14th. And then the 21st will be Orange County Maker Faire, and that's the one that I'm presenting at. Not presenting, but we'll have a table at. So.
What do I need? What did you comment out on yours?
Oh, up at the very top, all those includes. That's this October. Yep, next month.
You just got rid of all these?
Main sale I left because it should be there.
What? Did you leave? Oh, exclude object. Because you still have to put the module. That's right. So I did it wrong.
Yeah,
so,
we didn't set any of this up, and we don't have these config files. So just highlight them and then hit Control /.
Yeah, exclude object though doesn't. It's included in Clipper now, so you just don't need the include. There. Were you able to boot? Were you able to boot after?
I haven't tried.
Oh, you did.
I've been waiting for you.
Oh, I just did it. I'm sorry.
Oh. Okay. Save and restart.
All right, cool.
So we got. I'll take the screen.
Yeah.
Control and section heater bed must be specified. So let's go through.
I got the same error.
Just start going through and looking for the solutions. I won't be presenting it or exhibiting at Bay Area Maker Faire either. I'm just going.
All right, I'm just going to enable
heater bed. Control and heater bed. What is? Do we know what
just the PID needs to be enabled. I'm just going to leave it with the PID commands, then I'll override it. So save and restart.
We'll need that for extruder too. So
you're right.
Uncomment the stuff in extruder and heater bed. When we
/
run an auto tune, it'll overwrite these anyway. So
yeah.
Okay, save and restart.
Why did you remove exclude? Oh yeah, it was. I made a mistake, Phil. It had both include the config version of it. Wait, why did you remove exclude? Oh, I did remove exclude. Oh, I brought it back. Yeah.
So the next error is position endstop and section stepper Z must be specified. So what's happening is all the stuff that it comments out for you and puts at the bottom of the file has been deleted, and now we need to go back and uncomment those so we can set them.
Position endstop should be 0, 0. So just open it or just uncomment it.
Stepper Z. Where's stepper?
It's
Z? Position endstop. Just uncomment it. Yeah.
Control / Kevin is the comment and uncomment bulk, which I didn't know for the longest time. I think it was Aaron. Aaron told me one day, and I was like, "I love you." I've been going line by line doing this for so long.
What do we got right now? Attempting to connect. This is a good sign. Do you know what we didn't do that I always forget to do? The very first thing we should have done is update Clipper before we did all this. Update all the software.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Why is it? I feel like it should have connected.
It should have connected by now.
Something's up. Both mine's doing the same thing as yours, so don't feel like at least we're both trying to connect. But what do we got? So we've got Pi's powered on, obviously, and we're connected over USB, and we have the right ID because it's not. So what the hell? What is?
I'm gonna try a firmware restart.
Okay.
If this doesn't work, then I'm gonna power cycle.
Yeah.
If that doesn't work, then
cry.
I might.
Yeah. Yeah, this isn't doing it. I'm gonna just do a host shutdown and then hard kill the power and then reboot it and see what happens.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, on a positive note, there's been zero smoke and we are making progress. So
powering it back up.
Okay. Well, you have a Pi 4, so I'm still powering down. Maybe I will end up swapping it to a Pi 4 when I get my hands on one. Okay, so now I'm powering it off.
I guess I'll find out from the screen almost immediately if this works. All the pixies are contained. Yes.
Oh yeah, I'm curious to see if mine boots in a Clipper screen because mine didn't have that. Remember? I told you it hadn't done that. So.
Clipper is attempting to start. Printer is not ready. Why is it not starting? What would be causing that? It's not seeing the controller. Let's get back in here.
Yeah, I'm not even having Clipper screen show up. I gotta figure out what the hell's going on with that. Maybe I will install it manually like you. I don't know.
You saw the SPI note on the top of the file. I didn't, but.
Try again.
So dev serial 3835. What is this? For Fly Super 8 and Mellow Kit. For Fly Super 8 Pro, the SPI bus is SPI 1A. I don't think that shouldn't have anything to do with this, though, right?
Where do you edit that?
SPI, oh, under stepper A, 1A. It's going to be on the SPI bus for each stepper. It needs to change, and it does need to change.
So we're the Super Pro 8 or the Super 8?
Well, it's SPI 3 right now. We're the Super Pro.
Okay, so we need 1A.
And we need this to be SPI 1A. So I just did a replace all in.
How'd you do that? Control F?
Control F, and then so let's try that. I don't think that would cause it to not show up though, right? Yeah, it's not.
Did you uncomment? Because SPI bus is completely commented out.
Oh, was it commented out?
Yeah, all of them are.
I didn't actually notice that. I'm really not less and less happy with my setup right now because I have to lean over around the printer to see any screens. It's really pretty frustrating. Yes, I'm sorry. SPIX, they are commented.
And then it's 1A capital, right? So SPI 1 capital A. I don't know if it's case sensitive or not.
I don't know either. Mine
I went
are
capital.
SPI 1 capital A.
Diagonal pins are also uncommented or commented out, which is
the what? Diag pins?
Yeah,
that is I think that's only needed if we're doing sensorless, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
On the VZ page, there was a note about this stuff in flaky comms. Okay. Okay. Let's save and restart and see what happens. Clipper reports error. SPI bus is not valid in section TMC 5160. So why did we change that then? Ugh. For Fly Super 8 Pro, the SPI bus is SPI 1A. Oh, it's lowercase. Oh, that's interesting. They're different cases? Does it case matter?
I went with capital.
No, let's go to the documentation.
Okay.
Electronics, Mellow Superfly, or Super. Well, this is Mellow Super 8 V1.3.
They both say SPI 1A, don't they? Oh no, I replaced. Because I replaced it.
Let's go scroll down here. This isn't the Pro. We have the Pro. See if there's any comments below on setup. All this is done. Let's keep going. Plugging in. Plugging everything into the board. Other. Now it's time to set up some optional stuff you could use if you wanted. CPAP, okay. Connecting the motors. 5160 motor setup. Powering the Pi. And then end result. There's no comments here. So let's go firmware setup. Flashing the Pi. Firmware page. Installing Clipper, we did that. Putting the firmware on the motherboard, we did that.
I don't
Serial
understand
time,
why it's not connecting.
That. Run a few small, so we use the Pi. Oh, we're gonna use the Pi as a secondary MCU to control CPAP?
That doesn't make sense.
That's not how we're
yeah,
set up. Okay, printer config. Let's try here. Now comes the fun part of the setup, configuring the printer.
We have the serial.
In order to use the exclude object command in main seller folder, we're going to need this file. To make your life a bit easier, we're going to use some macros. We'll copy all those once we get it working.
Yeah, I agree.
Put the serial here, motor movements. Next up, we're going to check if motors move. Well, we can't check if motors move if we don't have a proper config. And none of this is actually telling us. Okay, none of this is working. Okay. This is saying that SPI bus is not even valid in the TMC 5160.
Yeah, it doesn't add up. I'm almost debating on reverting because I don't think that wouldn't affect the connecting between SPI bus super.
There's nothing. I didn't see anything on the firmware or any of the pages here for changing how this should be configured.
By Super 8 Pro. Let's
go to the Clipper docs. Let's go to the Clipper docs.
Okay.
Oh, they're saying it might have been the Mellow docs. Let's look at the Mellow docs first then. Apply Super 8 and configuration file settings. Let's try this. Okay. Super 8 Pro configuration files. The MCU is that, the printer is that, the temperature sensor for the MCU, 5160 stepper X, SPI bus is specified. Software is always the most painful part of the build. Oh yeah. Use SPI software. Where does it say to do that?
Stepper. So this is under.
So this is the here. Let me. This is the Mellow docs. I want to go to the Clipper docs. Go here and go to the TMC drivers. And I think
there's a 5160 specific section.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Bus, so bus doesn't have anything, which means it's probably going to be up at the first one. Looks blank. I'm looking. I don't. Oh, let's see. Configure TMC motor driver via SPI bus. Use this feature to find a config section, followed by the name of the corresponding stepper config. That's okay.
Config examples. TMC driver config reference. There we are. TMC. Now we're going to go here. Let me grab this link. You have an SPI 1A, but you have to use the SPI instead. Well, we have the Pro, and the comment says to use.
It says SPI 3 though in their official config.
I know. I'm
Which
wondering.
is weird.
If we're, yeah.
I'm almost saying we go back to SPI 3 because that did allow us to at least boot. It didn't throw an error, and then we try to figure out what the connection issue is and decide later on if we need to change the SPI bus.
Yeah, and I don't see. Someone said SPI software. It's just SPI bus. There is no just SPI software in the example config here.
Yeah, I'm going back to SPI 3, dude, so I can get beyond the error.
This document says SPI 3 for the Pro, so I guess we'll go. You were on the page earlier and I saw it. Sorry, I can't look. I have a little guy, so I can. No worries, Phil. The
Wait,
default
why am
printer
I
config
getting
for the VZBot 330 SPI bus is commented out? Well, we're not getting a connection, so that's what we were trying to troubleshoot in the first place.
Yeah, SPI bus was commented out when we first got in here, right? Didn't we uncomment it? Because I'm looking right now, and even going back to SPI 3 or whatever, I'm still getting the same error. So like, it seems like having any value in there is throwing an error.
Well,
Let me see if you.
But we have the jumpers set to SPI for those, so we should have to define SPI. Okay, it's commented out, but this doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense at all. And I don't get why. For Fly Super Pro 8, the SPI bus is lowercase SPI 1 uppercase A. For Fly Super 8 1.3, the SPI bus is all uppercase SPI 1A. Is that case sensitive? Is it?
I don't know, but you tried lowercase and I tried uppercase, I thought, and it didn't work.
I'm flying blind here because the configuration isn't making sense, and that's frustrating. Let's try all the SPI 1A lowercase. Did you already try 1 lowercase a?
No, I only tried upper.
I feel like I'm completely flying blind here. And I feel like the configuration that was put out on GitHub should have basic things like this when it's... Should have basic things like this correct. I think those are the only SPIs. Okay, save and restart. Let's see what happens. Okay, so now SPI bus is not a valid section in TMC 5160 stepper X. Why is it not valid? It's configured for SPI. Oh, because all this other stuff is configured? Is that why?
I don't know. I just got...
No, I get it. I get it. I think I get it. If you look at here, because you have both software and hardware SPI configured, and that's what I was trying to figure out how to say, Maze. You pick SPI bus or SPI software settings. Okay. So comment out like you did the SPI bus, because we do have SPI software settings in there that are configured.
Gotcha. And the reason why we're going with SPI software is because
there's more control you can do. You can do a lot.
It's because we have the
things.
5160s, right? And they have their own control, basically.
I think it's it's more about the it's still SPI. Both ways is still SPI. It's just how you're configuring them.
Okay. I don't understand why we're not.
Why it's not communicating.
Yes, like MC Raspberry Pi unable to connect. I don't understand why it's timing out. We have.
So back to making sure that the serial restart method, does that need to be defined? Is that what's causing it? No. We're not actually seeing the controller at this point. Hey Lisa, it's not going well. It's not going great at all. We're not actually seeing the controller. Controller has all the lights on. We have USB connected. What is that jumper? What is this jumper? The blue jumper next to the USB. What is that blue jumper next to the USB?
That's a good question. It says...
What is this jumper here?
It's probably going to be on the I/O, right, on there. Clipper host cameras, Clipper.
What I'm curious if that's the jumper that specifies where the board is getting
Driver
power from.
jumpers, driver diag, fan voltage, maximum input. Pin diagrams. USB power.
I'm gonna shut this down and unplug that.
Yeah, that's a USB power pin jumper. Because we're not doing USB power.
No. Where did you see that it said USB power?
Here. I'll pasting it in chat.
Oh. Put it back here.
Fly Super 8 Pro H723 pinout diagram. If you look at the callouts, there's a USB power around it.
Okay.
If you're doing that, I'm gonna wait to do that to see since you're checking.
Keith, we absolutely should have done updates on Clipper before, but that's not what's causing this to not work. We have a consistent version of Clipper on the Pi and on the MCU. And we know by looking at it that we have the 723, STM723, which is what we
Flashed.
try again here. That's not coming up. I think we picked a 723, right? We can check that.
Yeah, I'm really positive we did. I checked the MCU.
Oops.
That's what is going on with my camera.
So
I have no idea. Sorry.
723. Yep, that's what we flashed with. 723, 128K bootloader. Said 25 megahertz crystal. That's all up here. Clipper with USB.
I'm debating on flashing it over USB now that we have the serial ID.
25 megahertz crystal, 128K bootloader. All of that is correct. Were there any other options here? No. And we're not significantly far out on Clipper version. That's not what's causing this problem. It would not be it's not a bad idea to get up to date, but that's not what's causing the problem. MCU MCU Pi. Okay. Go back to printer config.
It's because they have it set as a second MCU, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. That's frustrating. Comment out the MCU Pi. Pin blank is not valid name in the MCU. Pin something. I'm gonna lose you, so let me get my other AirPod in.
Okay.
Why am I? Yeah, I've got Apple Care Plus on these. I need to get them replaced.
MCU
okay. Let's
serial.
make sure everything here is correct now. MCU, where we've got something that's not.
Yeah, but the word MCU only pulls up the things that are by MCU, which looks right.
Yeah, we've got something that's not being closed correctly. We have some syntax error. Yeah, I think Patrick is right. I'm gonna get rid of this temperature sensor RPi as well.
Okay.
Because it's okay. That didn't get rid of that. Pin blank is not a valid pin name on MCU.
Is there a separate? Let's see. I'm just trying to see. There's not a secondary config file somewhere near like printer.cg.
Serial. I'm just looking for syntax errors at this point. Fly Super 8 temperature sensor, temperature, AP. you. Next.
Pin.
Yeah, that's the only places there are. So there's something else in here that's not defined correctly, or there's a that could be any pin. Yeah. Thanks, Scope. Have a good one. We'll figure this out. There's something in here there's some sort of, I think, syntax error in here.
I'm looking for a blank pin anywhere. I'm just scrolling through all the pins to see that they all have some sort of definition. Because it looks like, based off close and open parentheses, that there's a pin somewhere that has nothing assigned to it. I found one.
Where?
Under stepper Z, endstop pin is blank.
Ah, there we go. What should our endstop pin be? Let's go over, where is it? Here. So endstop pin, was that the, where did we plug that in? It is IO0, which is PG12.
Okay. I'll let you reboot and see if it does it. If not, I'll keep scrolling.
PG12.
Let me know if it does it. If not, I've still got pin pulled up.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Let me restart mine. Let's go.
There we go.
Oh yeah.
Good job,
dude. Easy,
Good
man.
job.
First try.
First try.
That's funny. I should have seen that it was related to the Raspberry Pi MCU. The issue was that for the most part, when we were getting that error, I wasn't letting it time out long enough to see what the actual cause was. It just showed the disconnecting. You had to let it try for like a couple minutes for it to finally say host RPI not connecting. So that's funny.
What everybody just saw there is basically the exact same thing that we go through with every printer that gets set up. Just doesn't always happen on camera.
Yep.
I mean, you go through and you knock your head against a wall, wondering what in the world is causing this error. And yeah.
Two things. One, in their defense, there was a section in the official documentation about setting the Pi as a Clipper MCU.
As a host,
However, it also says that it's going to be used for the CPAP control, which was not the way it had us wire it. Yes. So again, this is a issue of documentation not aligning with config. You know.
It's not a VZBot problem, but it is a VZBot config. So I think there should have been the default. I mean, that the documentation has us putting a Z endstop into that port. It should have had that port in the config for a Z endstop.
Yep.
So, and that's fine. This is why we do this. This is developing documentation. We may get frustrated at it, but it doesn't mean I'm mad about it, right?
Yeah.
There's a difference there.
We will most certainly get frustrated about it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I had a thought. Oh,
okay.
Continuing your thought about the Pi MCU, we need to set it up as an MCU anyway. Or potentially set it up as an MCU anyway if we want to do the ADXL, depending on what method we want to use. If we want to use
Hi. Oh. Ooh.
Do we got baby time? Oh.
Food delivery.
Food I don't care about. I'd rather see the baby.
PB&J, apples, a LaCroix. Oh, Dr. Pepper? Ooh, have the Dr. Pepper? Yes. Thank you very much. We got it. It's officially connected.
Yeah, I know. I'm watching. You're on TV.
Oh, and so, you hear?
What?
She said, I know you guys got it connected. I'm watching you on TV. Thank you. It was, the bagel wasn't, it's lunchtime. It's been
Holy
over 4
moly.
hours in.
You got a full-on lunch.
Oh, yeah, dude.
See, it's party time. Most excellent. These builds look awesome. Thanks,
Thank you,
Peppers.
Oh, he said, holy moly, it's a full meal.
Yeah.
All right. So
we are almost these version changes on for the updates. The biggest one is mainsail, but the rest of these are not big changes.
Yeah. Do you want to update real quick through through here, or I can update?
Fine. I just hit update all. I just hit update all.
It's funny, something must have glitched out when I installed Clipper Screen, because it did not. It doesn't show Clipper Screen on the back end here, so I don't know whether it was
Clipper screen still isn't working.
No, it doesn't even show it in the back end here, so it definitely didn't install.
Didn't install. That's what
No,
you use for
I don't
Kia.
know. Dude, I've used Kia so many times, and it's
I
been
never
fine.
use it. I don't think I've ever used it. And it's nothing, like I said, it's nothing against it. I just like I like my manual crimpers. My manual crimpers, I like manual processes because I feel like I know the, oops. Thank you.
Setting up multiple instances of Clipper, dude, are much easier with Kaya.
But I know when something goes wrong. I know where to go for all the documentation to fix it, you know?
Yep.
Automatic processes, when they go wrong, are much more difficult to troubleshoot, I think, than...
I think for me, the reason why
didn't this update all? There we go. Okay.
Is that with Clipper, right? Like, let's say I do something with an automatic tool and it breaks something. Well, the worst case scenario isn't that bad, basically, is what I'm getting at, right? Like, as long as I have my config saved, if I automation screws something up, I just clear it all and I start over. Like, it's... So I guess it depends on the time. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with doing it manually, and I've done it plenty of times manually, but it's nice having a simple dash to do all the things from. I like the dash.
Yeah. I still don't.
I'm not trying to sell you on it. You don't gotta like Kaya. That's fine. That's fine.
The word isn't not liking Kaya. I like my other processes is the better way to put it. Hey, Zombie. We need to make this move today.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hit your Kaya update all?
No, I'm doing it through the back end. I'm doing it like you. Hopefully it didn't break something.
Oh, I probably haven't updated. Yeah.
Updating
right.
full done.
You're right there, Steven. I need to put the update manager for Clipper Screen in there.
Oh, that's why I don't have Clipper Screen showing there. So I might have Clipper Screen.
Well, is it working though? Is it actually?
No.
Yeah.
So everything's updated though, so at least good there.
Robert, what are these? What are all these dots? Do I need to hide you from the channel, or what's the dots? I don't get it. Have you said anything else? You're a member, so I'm not gonna hide you from the channel. But what are the dots? I guess you could have just gotten a gifted. If you don't say something within the next about 2 minutes that's not dots, then I'm gonna have to.
What if they change it to commas, Steve?
Huh?
Nothing.
Yeah. Okay. That Robert is now hidden. You are welcome to DM me if that was a mistake. What is... But just a bunch of dots over and over is not going to fly. I don't know. I don't understand. That is the very first person I've ever had to
Dude, he's
hide.
back.
Huh?
How's he back? How's he back?
I don't get it. That's the very first person I've ever had to...
No, he's back.
Yeah, I know, I see, but they actually said something else.
Oh.
In 2 years, I've never had to hide someone in the channel. And at least this is pretty tame. At least they're not being an asshole.
Yeah.
But there's got to be something going on here.
You've had bots though, right? That you've had to block?
Well, yeah. I mean...
Yeah, I've had... They haven't been bad lately, knock on
bots,
wood, but we've had really bad bots at one point.
We don't see... So... Clipper Screen, here is the update manager for Moonraker. User in timeout. Orbit's in timeout for a few minutes. Now we can go back here and go to Moonraker, and down here in the update managers.
We haven't leveled our beds yet, Zombie. Me and Steve were going to, but we're like, no, Zombie's not here. We'll wait.
Let's save and restart. Okay, so I've got the Clipper screen in the update manager now. And should be able to check for updates. There's Clipper screen. It shouldn't need an update. I just installed it.
Yeah, and you pulled it right from the official repository. You didn't use Kia, so.
Yeah. It might be Morse code. Yeah. Okay. It's all up to date. I don't know what this
Are we
is.
going to be doing belt tensioning now, or are we just going to start going to move stuff? What's the game plan?
Well, we need to make sure that it moves in the right directions, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So, oh, my touchscreen doesn't work. Let's restart Clipper screen.
DJ says you almost banned him one time because of typos.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Dude, Steve knows I type like crap. There's been so many times when I type this up to Steve and it comes in incorrectly.
Yeah, my touchscreen doesn't work.
It's got to be your ribbon cable then. It's tough to get in on the actual screen side through that case.
It's a rotation thing, I think. Oh, there it goes.
Cool.
No. It's not working. Something, I don't know if it's a rotation thing or I'll have to look at the thing. Okay. Is main cell just your preference over fluid or another reason? I've used main cell mostly. I have fluid running on other printers, and I'll continue to have fluid running on printers. I just have most of them at this point have main cell on them.
I prefer main cell, but it's mostly because the first Clipper printer I ever ran had main cell, and I got very familiar with the UI and where things are. Fluid's a great web interface as well. Which touchscreen is it? I don't. It's a Mellow. Oh, gosh, excuse me. It's a Mellow branded one. Steve, do you remember the model on the touchscreen?
It's Mellow.
Yeah,
something.
it's a Mellow one. I don't know the exact model.
On the box. Okay, should we go through and do stepper buzzing? Make sure steppers are connected and moving.
I should probably turn. Yeah, I should probably turn. Let me turn the printer towards me.
A lot of what we'll go through here are just basic configuration checks that you can get off the Clipper. So there's a configuration check page here, and if you kind of go through this, we won't necessarily go through in the same order that they do, but
you're going through the Clipper one. What's the page called? Like Clipper.
I pasted it in chat.
Oh, sick. Prior to the 2.4 build I just did, or maybe it was the V0.2 build, when Delmar was like, "You've got to do that." I was just sending it, dude. And Delmar's like, "No, man, you're gonna damage something eventually." So I do use stepper buzz now, but prior to that, I was just like home it and ready to hit the e-stop if needed. Okay, so verify. What do you want to start with?
I'm just gonna start with stepper X. So your PSU is about to knock over your drink. Oh, you're about to knock over your drink.
Ooh, thank you. Okay. So yeah, stepper buzz, stepper.
So stepper buzz, endstops. It doesn't really matter. We're not moving. I mean, I guess technically we're hitting our goal now. We'll make it move.
Yep.
But
command
I'm
will
gonna
cause the
hit
given
this.
to move positive direction and then it will return. Okay, so it should move to the right first.
Well, it's hard to tell in a Core XY setup. So stepper buzz X worked on mine. It's moving.
Yeah, mine too.
I can hear it. It's relatively loud.
Yeah.
And I don't think, I guess I can go here. Let me see if we can at least look at the tool head while I'm doing this instead of
X
staring
and Y
at
are
a
moving.
screen.
Oh,
So,
you just want to, you're gonna do stepper buzz. What is
Stepper
it
Buzz
for that?
X1 would be the next one.
Oh, good point. X1.
So this
Sick.
is a problem.
Why?
It's moving. When I did Stepper Buzz X1, it's not moving back and forth. It's moving one direction.
Oh, okay. No, not on mine.
Yours is moving back and forth?
Yeah, for X and X1 and Y. I've done those, all of them. You're saying it's just inching more and more in one direction?
Yes.
Weird. Okay. Yeah. No,
It's
that's
not
what's
moving
happening.
back and forth. So I've got either a wiring issue or
No.
something's not connecting correctly. Which is X1 theoretically? Let's check Y. Just go through the rest of these.
Okay.
Y.
I'm curious to see if you just have one or multiple.
Yeah, Y is going back and forth. How does Stepper Buzz work with the paired steppers? It doesn't activate steppers, so your other steppers are just still not locked. So it's just gonna move. And Y1 is now.
Yeah, I checked extruder as well.
So Y1, everything but X1 is not moving properly for me.
I wonder if you have a
Bad
just say,
connection
whenever you have-
somewhere?
well, you said you have one of your 5160s that's also not getting power to the fan. I wonder if you have an issue with that driver board.
I don't know. Let's go Stepper Z. Oops. Stepper Z. I'm going to move this thing a little further down.
You have it all the way at the top? Yeah.
Well, close.
It's
Okay.
moving. It's
So
moving.
Stepper Z, so it's backwards though. So the first move should be in the positive direction. The positive direction for the bed should be down because that's Z plus, right?
Yes.
So if you
Yes.
look at this, that first move was up, which means we have to go in reverse direction on Z in the config. So check to see what yours does.
Yeah, mine went up too.
Mhm.
So we're going stepper Z, and we are doing direction pin, remove the exclamation point.
So, yes.
Okay.
So let's just fix things that we know at a time. And let me troubleshoot my,
That stepper.
yeah. So direction pin, I'm gonna remove that exclamation point, save and restart, and try again.
Yep. Did it.
So then put
Extruder.
that back
Extruder. Should
here.
it be feeding inward first then?
And now this should go down first. Yep, and there we go. So Z is correct, huh? So extruder should move it should move clockwise first in this case.
Okay. I already ran mine, but I wasn't paying attention, to be honest with you. Extruder.
And I sometimes just kind of put my finger near it so I can feel it. So that's
No,
backwards on mine as
Yeah,
well.
mine's counter first. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's fix that.
Stepper.
To extruder and direction pin, add an exclamation point.
Yep.
And save and restart.
I'm definitely happier now that we're at least connected and things are happening. You know what
Yes.
I mean?
Yes.
It felt like dude, we did all this and like why we can't even connect to the damn thing. Like
So
I feel much more relieved.
which stepper is, it's X1 that I had trouble with, right?
Yeah, it was your second.
So where was that
oh.
diagram that I found?
That didn't fix my extruder stepper, Steve.
Huh?
Mine still did counterclockwise even after inverting the pin. Doesn't make sense.
Let's see. Mine did.
Yeah, you know what? It would help if I changed the direction pin and not the enable pin value. So you got to be careful when you're adding exclamation points just all over the damn place. So anyways, I'm sure it'll work now.
I'm gonna shut down and investigate my X1.
Yeah,
but which stepper is X1? Where was that diagram that had the?
I'll look with you real quick. Let's see. Might have been under gantry. Under
gantry.
That doesn't seem right. I think it was under electronics, all-wheel drive specific. Nope.
Yeah, I was looking there too.
Did you go underneath a different? By chance, did you go under 330 for that?
No, but I don't. I'm not. They're different enough. I'm not sure.
I found it. It's under Mellow Super 8 V1.3. Go all the way down, like pretty much at the bottom of the board, bottom of that page. Yep.
Okay, so the back corner is the one that is theoretically something's going on. So let me shut this down. Shut down.
What just happened?
What?
I don't know. Now I'm not getting anything from my extruder motor. What did I do?
Turn this off. And let me double check everything is plugged in.
Straight up slippery.
Connector at the stepper itself. Here's okay. Just make sure it's plugged in all the way. That's plugged in there. Oops, I should zoom out so you can see a little more about what I'm doing. And then which
stepper?
Which stepper driver was that? We've got stepper drive. Oh, it should be the second one, right?
Did we go
Yeah,
XX1, YY1?
Yep, X1 is labeled. And what are black, green, red, blue. That's not the one that wasn't, that the fan's not working for me.
Okay.
While I'm here, I'm gonna poke in here and see if I can see why that fan's not working.
Okay, I got the extruder working.
Still can't tell, but
Extruder's working correctly now. I'm concerned though because I did add an exclamation point somewhere when the first time we did the extruder, and I don't know where it was. It was the one I thought that I added that I then removed, disabled the extruder altogether, so that wasn't the one I did. So I'm sure at some point something on mine will be backwards compared to yours, and that'll be the culprit.
Still curious what's going on. I might have a bad wire because both ends look okay. Do this. It's only moving. I'll double check the config just in case I screwed something up there. What's causing it?
If it's moving in one direction, wouldn't that mean that one of the pairs might be messed up?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
That's what I would have thought.
The enable pin has an exclamation point in front of it by default, and now it's disabled. Yeah, I screwed up Tier Talks. The enable pin was supposed to have an exclamation point in front of it. So when I removed it, and then I tried to run the buzz command for the extruder, it wasn't moving counterclockwise or clockwise. It just wasn't moving at all. So I had to add an exclamation point back to the enable pin as well as the direction pin. That was my mistake.
Okay, I'm gonna try stepper buzz X1 again.
Clipper keeps config file versions. You can always compare between them. That's a good point, Jose.
Yeah, it's moving in one direction. So let's look at the config and see if there's something weird on X1. We're in here playing around with stuff enough. So I should have stepper X1. Let's see. Direction pin.
I can read mine
enable
off to you.
pin. You could. Step pin.
PE1,
Direction pin.
exclamation point PFO,
Okay. Enable pin.
exclamation PC15.
Okay. And then that should be okay. Now on the 5160 setup.
Yeah, CS pin is the first one with PF1.
Okay.
I can't say that word.
Interpolate.
Thank you. False. Run current's 1.9. Sense resistor is 0.033. SPI software, Mozy is PB5. MISO is PB4. And then SCLK is PB3. And then I've got 1311 for the last four values.
Yeah. I've got something in the wiring wrong. Or
Okay.
the driver itself.
Yeah.
Given that, I should probably double check. So let me shut this down again. I'm good. And what I didn't check is that jumper between the driver and the step stick. So let me check that little cable that goes between the.
Oh yes, from the Super 8 to the 5160 board. Gotcha. Yeah, remember they were tough to seat. They were kind of rough. You had to put a lot of force into them. So
Yeah. So
maybe unplugging and reseating would be worth it.
yeah, I'm gonna go through all of that with some magnification.
While you're doing that, dude, I'm gonna go in and try to reinstall Clipper Screen, man. Might as well. Or you think it's a bad idea? How long it takes?
No, go for it.
Okay. SSH.
Those are plugged in. Yeah, it's a solid connection. I feel like it's got to be a wire, maybe somewhere along the wire is broken.
Can you check continuity from both ends of the?
Not super easily.
Because of it's hard to get a. It's well,
Yeah.
if you have a, yeah. I wish there was some, like you could, I don't know, shove like a paper clip or something in there to get a contact.
Well, I mean a pin from
Yeah.
one of the things would work. Yeah, let me see if I can getting it unplugged because it is a tight fit over here on the side of the. There we go.
It says Clipper Screen installed. What the hell?
Okay, so from right here, yeah, I think I'll, like you were just suggesting, I'm gonna grab one of my pins. And my multimeter, and just check.
Manual install.
You still there?
Should IP. Yeah. Sorry, I'm reading on the update manager. I'm just gonna copy the value for Clipper Screen to see because it does say Clipper Screen's installed on Inkaya or Inkia as we're calling it. So I want to see if what's causing the issue.
Blue wire appears fine. Red wire.
Breaker. Update manager.
Green
updating.
wire. Yep. And black wire. Yep. I'm getting continuity on all four wires.
Doesn't make sense.
Any suggestions in chat on what might be causing this to go in one direction? I know I've had this happen before, and it seemed like it was a relatively easy fix.
Phil Phil, you might just have needed to do the RPI config change manually. What do you mean regarding Clipper screen? So swap the driver with a working one. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, swap one of the drivers and see if that behavior replicates, and if it's still just that driver, then you know that it's something. Well, I don't see how it could be config related though, since you just walk through the config. You know, it feels like it has to be a mechanical thing.
The direction pins on the drivers could be the reason too. But it's all going in one direction. It's doing stepper buzz, but it's moving in the same direction. It's not reversing direction. It should, no matter if that is inverted or not on the direction pin, it depends on where it starts, but it should still go back and forth. It's not going back and forth. It's moving always clockwise, for instance. It's not, and we just checked the direction pin in the config, comparing it to Daniel's setup.
It was identical.
Let's do what folks are suggesting. I think I should just be able to unplug the step stick adapter and swap them between X1 and X0, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
yep.
I should be able to stepper buzz X now, and that stepper should move.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's a good call.
Okay, so that is that. So let's confirm where this problem is. So now I should power this up. Find out if it still does it, then it has to be the motor.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, if you've swapped drivers and it still does it, it has to be the motor.
Yeah. I'm going to try both. No, that's okay, Condor Man. It's definitely, we're at the point where we're just stepper buzzing, so stall guard and all that stuff isn't a factor. The wire order is all consistent between all my steppers, so it's not a wire order problem. Okay, this is up and running, so let me go in and do a stepper buzz X. So stepper buzz X should be that same stepper X. Let's see what it does. Yep, it's moving forward only.
So it's the stepper you're saying?
I think I think
you've unplugged them now, right? Both sides and reseated them?
Yeah.
I think that you should swap your steppers. Oh shit, the pulleys though.
Swapping steppers is a pain in the neck.
Yeah.
So,
well, it's not that bad.
So here's what I've done. I swapped the step stick adapters between these two steppers, the diagonal steppers for X. The problem is staying with the stepper motor. So it's either the wiring itself or it could still be the driver. It could still be the driver. Because that's now X1, it's still all the same wiring. What I would have to change next is swap the stepper wires between X and X1. Right?
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you asking me in this section? I would
Yeah.
ruled out the configuration issue.
No, I've got the next test. Let me shut this
Okay.
down. Yeah. I'm going to swap the input wires to the 5160 now. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to move these back to where they were because this is so move these back. Got there. There. Now this side where the stepper connects, I need to switch those, which is easier said than done, it looks like, because I can't easily get to the
I don't know. You got 1, 2, 3. I don't know how you got Clipper Screen to work right away, dude.
because I didn't use Kia.
I've gone through the original way now, man. Like it's re-updated it, and it's a permissions thing. I'm looking at like a Reddit post on how to update the permissions on it.
Okay, so if I pull that, I think I can get to those. There are 2 motors for X and 2 for Y, so maybe as a test, just unplug one of the X. It's okay. I got a test in my mind. I just need to get through it and then analyze the results. So if I get in here and that's not the one I wanted to do. There. This bracket makes it tough. I guess I need to just remove the bracket. It is a single stepper to drive both Z-lead screws. That's correct. DaVinci has something there for you, maybe. For Clipper permissions, Clipper screen.
It's almost always the permissions if you check Raspberry Pi config settings.
Okay.
What settings I need to check under the Raspberry Pi? I think it's a config setting too in the Raspberry Pi, because it's booting to terminal and.
Okay. Now I can get to all these much easier, and I can double check all my fan wires. Oh, well that's funny. That's why my fan wasn't working.
Why?
The terminals pulled right out of the connector.
Oh, that'll do it. I'm posting a command in chat, Phil, that I saw that looks like it's saying it should do it. Sudo user mod agtty pi. And then if that doesn't work, there's another X wrapper config that I'm seeing.
So what I'm doing now on this troubleshooting is I'm basically isolating or swapping the stepper itself. If the problem stays at the stepper, then it's a stepper problem. If it moves, then it's a 5160 driver problem. Yeah. This individual little module here. Got those backwards, right? No, they're correct. Never mind.
I can't check. I have a little guy in my arms. No worries. I tried the first command, journal XEU Clipper Screen, and got an error, which is what this post is showing might happen. So let me see. One sec. I'll let you guys know. I'm close to knowing whether.
Yeah, I'm swapping both. I'm swapping them between the two. So that should be, and all this stuff, we don't really need the fans to work, so they're okay.
What the hell?
I think that I can power it on here. Shoot. All this crap. All this stuff. Just hanging there, but that's okay. I think he was asking if he used one driver for the 2 steppers. No, it's individual drivers for each X1, X, Y1, and Y steppers. Okay, powering it on.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Well, I don't know what. I guess either way is bad, but which one would you rather it be? Would you rather be a stepper or a driver?
I would rather it be the stepper because I can probably get one from Jason in a day or 2.
Gotcha. Okay.
The driver, I don't know how long it'll take to get replaced. If there's one available to buy somewhere, I will 100%.
Yeah. Get it.
Okay. So letting this boot up. And this printer, does one motor pull in one direction and vice versa, or do you pull? For each XY pair, so X and X1, they move in the same direction. Y and Y1 move in the same direction. And then other than that, it's just a normal Core XY motion system.
You don't do permissions for that user.
Okay.
You broke it by
So
change.
we're going to do...
Oh, that's what Phil's saying. I broke it because I changed the permissions from Pi to Modbot. That's right, because right here the command I'm seeing has Pi in it. Oh, I got it working. Yes. So for anyone that's wondering what I had to do, I had to go sudo nano /etc x11 xwrapper.config, and I had to add a line needs _root _right equals yes. So I guess I just changed the permissions of the user, then giving me root access because I wasn't Pi. Modbot didn't have it, and now we've got a beautiful, I don't know if you guys can see it, but like Ace Clipper screen. Yeah. So thank you. That's exactly what it was. If your user is Modbot, then you should use sudo user. Yeah, that's what it was. I needed to change the permissions. Thank you. My touchscreen's not working either, dude.
The problem is at the driver, because the problem moved to the front corner stepper, which means it's the driver. So it's something. Now that doesn't yet mean that it's the actual driver itself. I still need to do further troubleshooting on that connection wire between the two.
Yep.
So now, so we've narrowed it down. It's not the steppers.
But it could be, so I mean, I would start from square one with that driver then, as far as like unplugging the dummy driver, right? Making sure that all the SPI jumpers are like, you know, connected correctly and all. Like I would just start from square one then on that. Because if you do that and you go through it and it's still not working, then you know it's just something's defective with the chip.
So all the jumpers are correct on here. Turn that off. It takes a little bit for those to drain. So now it moved to X. So it's this, I think it's a second, it's got to be the second driver, right? Yeah, no. Yes, it's the second driver here that's got something going on. So I'm going to pull the adapter cable here first. Actually pull it out of there and unplug it from here and give a good inspection of it. Make sure all the pins are in their place.
Could it be the jumper pins on the driver? You checked, right, that the jumper pin, that one jumper pin on the adapter board were all the same?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep,
I know we talked about it.
Everything's the same there. The cable looks okay. Let's swap the cable. Let's swap this over to here. If this stays the same, then our problem is 100% the module itself. This is the last little test that would narrow it down to the module itself. because now I've swapped the wire between the two. Now, the final test would be revert things back the way they were, just in case I reseated something and it did something. But the final test would be revert things back. So all that's
He already
there.
buzzed Y. Yeah, Steve buzzed everything. He's buzzed all of them. It's
I'm
just
all
one.
buzzed.
Yeah, except himself. He's not buzzed. But everything else.
I feel like I should be.
Yeah. But by the time the stream ends, he might be going to get buzzed.
Okay, so we're gonna plug this back in now. And all I've done is move that little jumper cable. So the problem should still be at the front corner. If that's the case, then it's the module. It's the 5160 module that has a problem. If it's not, it's nearly as bad. I would have to redo that whole little jumper cable, but it would either be the step stick adapter or the wire between them.
Yes. Which both suck.
Yeah. So
It could be a wire or the step stick, yeah.
zoom in here.
There's a reason Vez drinks rum when he builds his printers. That's funny.
I wonder if rum would give me a headache anymore. That might be worth checking.
Captain and Coke.
Okay. So stepper
yeah.
X. Yep, it's still doing it.
Okay, so it's the driver. It's the 5160. It looks like, Steve, I mean, Mellow maybe can do a quick overnight ship, but it looks like Print 3D has them in stock. If you wanted to reach out or order one and see what kind of shipping they can do.
Yeah. Trying to figure out, make sure that I know which is which when I'm doing this. But in any case, the problem is still, it's staying here. Or is moved to whichever side it is. It's so hard to tell which one is actually moving because they're linked. They're linked.
Yeah. It's kind of confusing.
That's this one. But the fact that it stayed here when I moved all that stuff points to the module. Something's wrong with the module. So, I think that's as far as we can get today. Because I can't actually home. We can check to see if our endstops are working.
It's true.
I mean, it's not a bad thing, just a real quick. So down here, just query endstops. Now X and Y are triggered, which means that we need to invert them.
Yep.
Z is not, so if I press it and refresh, Z still is not. Z is not working.
It's working on mine.
Mine's not.
Okay, I'm gonna revert and stop X and Y.
If I press this, I should get, Z and stop is not working for me.
And stop pin.
I can't easily use the Z-axis module to test X1 because the wiring is completely different. If the end stops are triggered, does that interfere with stepper buzz? No, not at all. Let's see if the other ones of these. I'm not getting any impact when I'm not getting any. Oh, there we are. Oh, okay. So even though the instructions told us to hook these up a certain way, the setup isn't, the pin definitions aren't correct. So let's go through our printer config and fix the end stops.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm not getting, so only Z
Yeah.
is working for mine. X and Y I inverted them, but they still show open.
Well, Z changes when I trigger Y on mine.
Okay. Interesting.
Now,
Yeah,
it's very
something's up with mine
possible
too.
that I have my labeling wrong, but the
Uh-huh.
other two aren't working either.
Yeah, my other two aren't working either. So X and Y, Z is working fine for me, but X and Y are not.
I bet you I have my stuff backwards then for those.
So IO, it's IO 0, IO 1, IO 2, right? Yeah.
Let me fix this way. X isn't working for you,
No.
and Y isn't working.
Yeah.
Okay, let me get mine to the state yours is, because I actually assumed that I probably have that backwards. Okay,
Huh.
so Z is correct now for me. So X and Y are not. So let's check the config.
Yeah, all I've done, X and Y, I did invert the direction of the pin because I was under the assumption that that was the issue,
But
it's
it
not.
should change. It should, whether it's inverted or not.
It should show open or triggered then when you use it. Like it should switch the opposite.
Yeah, and it's not the direct pin. There would be the enable or the pin.
Yeah, I guess that's what I meant. Direction. Hey, Carl. Yep, still going.
So where's the diagram for that? Which one?
We've got PG12, PG11, and PG10.
No. So the actual pins that we're using, oh yeah, 12, 11, and 10.
Yeah.
What's in the config?
For X, I currently have, it's PF instead of PG.
Okay. So X should be the middle one, right?
Yeah.
So it should be PG11.
No. Oh, yeah. So PG, so PG11.
So let's go and change that. X endstop should be PG11.
And then Y currently has it set to PC0, which is absolutely not right.
And Y should be, oops. Keep losing, oh, there we are. Y should be PG10.
Did we just do 11 for X?
No, it's PG12. Y should be PG12. 11 is X.
Can't be right. 12 is Z. So it's 10. It has to be 10. PG. Yeah, it's 10, Steve. Because 12 is Z, and that's working.
12 is Z. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm getting
Yeah,
mixed up. Y is
So-
10. X is 11.
Okay, so now I have to invert that works. That's working now, but I have to invert the pin because now that I had pre-inverted it, it's the opposite of what it needs to be. But that looks like it did it.
Okay. So let's save and restart. I think we're calling it, right? We're
Yeah, I
winding
think so.
down.
Yeah.
It has been 5 hours.
Yeah.
It did move. We made it move today.
Yeah, we're not liars. We ain't no liars.
Both of them moved. Triggered.
Yeah.
Triggered.
Yep.
And triggered. Awesome. End stops are all working. Good thing we checked that. That was worthy of going through and checking.
Yep, X and then Y is right here.
Ugh.
Yep, I'm good. All my end stops are good.
Okay, let's go
I don't know. I don't know what this means for Wednesday though. As far as me and you are gonna try to see what we can do. We got to get you a 5160. It sounds like.
Yep.
So again, I looked while we were talking. I looked on Amazon. Mellow doesn't have anything on Amazon. Ali's way too long. So the only thing I can really think of is Print 3D. If they have inventory in the United States, hopefully they can ship like quickly on Monday or
I'm going to also do some double, triple checking.
Sure, yeah. It'd be rad if you're just like, oh, there's this silly thing, or like there's a bad trace that you could jump, or so, so I don't know, something to get it up and running.
Yeah, I'll reach out. I'll find something. Very worst case, I can plug a 5160 into the step stick slot.
Oh yeah.
It'll work.
Yeah.
So I have 5160s around.
Damn, dude, I don't have any.
I got. If you need a 2209, I'm your guy. You need a 5160, don't even call. These are my first ones. So, okay, cool. Well then, yeah, I guess we'll Wednesday. Between now and Wednesday, we will figure out what we're doing when it comes to your 5160, and then we'll just pick up where we left off, which is continuing through the first checks of everything, and then we'll get into tensioning, and we will hopefully be printing by the end of Wednesday. Then that will be the goal, since we've got Toolheads done and Pi's powered on.
I want to address Phil. It's moving is the thing. Normally, your stepper buzz is going to move and move. This is moving and moving without a gap in between, like it's stalling the other way. It's actually a smooth movement. It's just moving in one direction each time. So I don't think it's stalling. So.
It's so weird to me that it's moving in one direction but not back. I hope you find it, dude. I hope it's just like a pin that's loose or something that you're not seeing right now. I don't know.
Stepper buzz is moving just one. But I'm going to go through this off camera, and if anything comes up, I will report it. But something isn't connecting right. And I'm going to pull the board and I'm going to look at it, see if there's any poor solder connections, anything like that. So
yeah. So we'll figure it out. Again, we'll report back on Wednesday as to what's going on. Again, for anyone that is watching that wants to know what was going on with Clipper Screen, it was simply because I changed my username, and so the Modbot username didn't have the permissions needed in order for it to boot, in order for it to boot into Clipper Screen. So it wasn't a Kia thing; it was a Daniel thing, per usual. So. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, shoot, everything powered up, CPAP's loud as hell. You know what I might do between now and Wednesday, Steve? I might print the muffler, dude.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that too.
I might. That is, I mean, I know I said I wanted to experience it. That might have been enough of an experience for me to know that I don't want to hear that anymore.
Now, it's not going to be running at full speed. If you're running it at full speed, you're doing some serious stuff.
Yeah, you're printing with hot magma or something, a liquid magma. So, but yeah, I mean, overall, it was fun. I feel like we had a fair bit of blocks today, but I'm glad that for the most part we've figured out, how to get beyond them. And with this one, you've at least narrowed it down. You know what, the last segment of it really that you need to check, and if it's something that's fixable, great. If not, then we swap parts and we move forward. Yep. So, and I think that again, troubleshooting on stream is super helpful, whether it's finding the answer or just sort of seeing like workflow and thought pattern when it comes to trying to basically dissect what's happening in front of you. So.
Yeah, I did stepper buzz all the steppers, and this is the only one that did that. And we can confirm that all the pins are correct because they match yours and yours works. So yep, we did compare the configs.
It's neat.
So, and we're using the same wire orders on all the steppers. We're using all the same hardware, wired the same way.
Yep.
So
the only thing different between our builds is that your wires are twisted while mine are not, and you have green LEDs while mine are blue. Everything else is pretty...
green LEDs to go with my green parts.
There you go. Exactly, man. Steve wouldn't have it any other way. So, but yeah, I will have Wednesday's stream scheduled probably tomorrow. So, that'll be over on the Modbot Army channel, and I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be extruding something by the end of Wednesday's stream, given where we're at today.
We better be.
It should be. Yeah, we're not, dude. I'm gonna start making a 4-year meme. So, anyway.
Okay, everybody. A last thank you to Mellow 3D and Print 3D Shop for providing the kits. Thanks to Polymaker for the filament giveaway, and thanks to everyone who was here, especially for this full 5 hours. Thanks for all the gifted memberships, all the people who became members. Thanks, Daniel, for being here. I can't hear you. You went dead. I think your mic, did you turn it off? Leaning on there? You gone? Okay. Thank you, everybody. We'll talk to you on Wednesday. Remember, Wednesday on Daniel's channel, we'll get this printing. We'll get it pushing plastic. Have a good rest of your day. Bye.